businesses, all sectors who are spending money to earn money. So as a part of this, I would like to say that the Companies Act 2013 along with the Company CSR rules of 2014, they make arrangement for companies to spend their 2% of profit, which is, I mean, when they start earning over 500, they make a profit of 5 crores or more, or net worth of over 500 crores. So in the preceding 3 years, if they have made this profit, they can start utilizing the money for CSR. Having said this, today is World Wildlife Day, and also a very important day because today is the birth anniversary of Jamshedji Nasarwanji Tata, who was the pioneer of Tata Group of Industries, and Tatas are one of the highest CSR initiatives groups in the country. So keeping this in mind, first of all, I'll invite Mr. Saurav Kant Singh on the stage. Mr. Saurav Kant Singh is the ex-president of ICICI Foundation, and currently he's acting as an advisor to ICICI Foundation, and they have done a wonderful job in providing CSR for various initiatives by ICICI Foundation in Tadoba landscape. So quickly, I'll invite Saurav sir to please come on stage and say a few words and show a small presentation from where we'll set the ball rolling for this afternoon session.
Thank you very much for the invite. Good afternoon, dignitaries. It's an honor to be here on behalf of ICICI Foundation, which represents the ICICI group. And instead of narrating what ICICI Foundation has done, I think it was easier to show it on a small presentation, and so that I don't have to keep repeating ICICI, ICICI, ICICI. What I would like to start with is we need to understand the CSR landscape first. That while we just heard that Ministry of Corporate Affairs made it mandatory, roughly about 35,000 to 38,000 crores is the amount available under CSR. Now, if we break it up, half of that money is with the top 100 companies. So if one wants to approach CSR, one need not go to all companies. Approaching 100 I said, approaching 10 to 15 companies would be good enough for a landscape like Chandrapur, or in short we can say Tadoba. Now, what needs to be identified? I mean, how I came in, I was like any other tourist visitor at Tadoba, and happened to land up at a very good resort, the Bamboo Forest Lodge. And it was quite surprising that when you sat in the evening, the staff and the owner, Mr. Mehta is here, they were discussing what ICICI can do for Tadoba. And several evenings, these were the kind of discussions happening. And on my next trip, then I was introduced to the forest officials. Dr. Ramgaonkar, Mr. Praveen was there at that time, Mr. Kale is here, and a few other officials, I think they've got transferred. And let me tell you the first thing. I think the government officials do not know how to ask for money. I mean, they were saying, can you invest 10 lakhs, 15 lakhs? And I was saying that you're talking to brand ICICI, please talk in crores, because I can't go back to my management and say that I'm digging a well in Tadoba. I mean, I have to go and talk that yes, in Chandrapur, what is the kind of impact, I mean, what are the gaps and what an organization can do. So, in my role, on one side, I was talking to the forest officials, telling them how to ask, and then representing requirements of Tadoba to management of ICICI, saying what can be done. I think what has been done, what you've seen here, is probably the seed, is the starting point. I don't think so enough work has happened. Much more can happen. It's a wonderful landscape, and whatever presentations I heard yesterday that a tiger population moving from 12 to almost 300 in the district, I mean, this is unprecedented. But the things which I learned from the forest officials, saying that we get money to manage the forest. What about the people in the periphery of the forest? Can CSR do something? I think CSR, under its definition of ESG for livelihood, a lot can be done for the areas in and around Tadoba. In the villages, I think our team, Naveen Kapoor is here. He's stationed in Chandrapur, and his only job is to keep identifying what are the needs of the villages which are surrounding Tadoba forest. And trust me when I'm saying this, I don't think so the need of the villages are that you drop in tons of money. In every rural economy, if you look at it as an economic value chain, there are some small disruptions which do not let the real value reach the producer. And the best example of this was during COVID, that the producers were getting lesser money because the goods were not reaching urban centers, and people like us staying in the urban center were paying through the nose for the same produce. Now, why did this breakdown happen? The breakdown happened because some 2 tempo drivers decided that I want to stay at home in COVID. Now, a tempo driver is so critical that if they don't work, the produce will not reach. And look at Amazon. They minted money during COVID because they had an established value chain. So what I'm trying to say is that when we are looking at any rural economy, the produce is there. Traditionally, people understand their agriculture. But what we see on the shelf of a shop or a mall is a produce of a different kind. So what we see in a village, so if we take Tadoba as an example, whether we are talking of tur or we are talking of chana, what we see in the village and what we see on the shelf are very different. Now, can that value addition happen in the village? It can. Does it cost money? Hardly. So our experience shows that spending a few thousand or maybe a lakh, 2 lakh, there is value addition in terms of grading, polishing, packing, very much possible at the village level, and the same produce gets a higher value, and the people normally who have 60 days, 70 days of work also get additional days of work, additional earning, because they are adding value to the produce they have produced. Now, I'm giving very small examples. We have given oil processing units which hardly cost any money. But then they don't have to sell the raw material, they are selling a finished product. So if we look at the Tadoba's landscape, I was talking of livelihood in and around. And if we are looking inside the forest, I mean, there are several officials, all of you are experts in that. I don't think so we want to prescribe anything as a foundation. We are very happy going by the requirements which the officials have, wherever they feel that yes, CSR can add benefit to the forest, because we are custodians of public money. It's not my money, and there's no owner in ICICI. So the money actually belongs to public, and if it's used for public, for environment, I think our shareholders would be most happy. And I think that's the pitch one needs to make to every organization, that part of your CSR funding, if brought into these areas, it will add tremendous value, because all forests are surrounded by tribal population. While we keep reading in the newspapers that yes, we need to do a lot for tribal development, but because all these places are away from airport, unfortunately the CSR money, not enough CSR money is reaching these places. So I've done an analysis where clearly shows that most of the CSR fund is deployed within 100 kilometers of an airport. So the people who are managing it sit in Bombay, Delhi, Bangalore, and they find it very difficult to visit distant locations. And that's a result why maximum investments happen near airports. The village developments happen near airports. So the mining areas or the forest areas are deprived because those officials from corporate sector are not willing to go to those places. So we have forest officials here, or they are members from NGOs here. You need to really come up and show models. Some of the models ICSA has successfully done. One can copy it. We also have partners in implementation. So the Pangdi Skilling Center is also run by NGO. We are only funding it. So a collaborative model. We are working in a space of CSR which is all about collaboration. There is no competition. So collaboration between government, corporate and NGO. All three are required to make it successful. None of these alone can make any of these models successful, but credibility, honesty, sincerity is the prime, and if we can do it with that, I think there is nothing from stopping us from making our brethren who probably have been away from the rest of development into a very flowering, energetic and developed rural economy. So that's where we are. We stay committed to Tadoba landscape. we stay committed to rest of Chandrapur, and we are very happy. And I would like to end by congratulating the team which has organized the Tadoba festival, because as a kid what I've learnt is festivals and rituals are the ones celebrated to induct the next generation. The next generation learns from these events. So I'm very happy to see this event, because hopefully many more people, many other corporates would also learn that yes, apart from what we are doing in urban landscape or with the urban poor, there is an opportunity with the forest and the periphery of the forest, which with little investment can get much higher results. So thank you very much. That's all from ICSF Foundation, and thank you for having us here.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for sharing the ICICI initiatives at the Tadoba landscape for the CSR activities. I would request Dr. Das to kindly do the honors of presenting a small token of gratitude and respect to our eminent speaker. Thank you very much indeed, sir. And I would now request Dr. Das, our moderator for the CSR Conclave, to kindly take his seat on the stage. Let's once again put our hands together to welcome sir. I also have the privilege of inviting on stage our eminent panelists now. May I invite Mr. Anirudh Chauji, who is an experienced ecologist and expert in ecotourism, has made significant contributions to environmental conservation and community empowerment. As the founder of Run Mangli Foundation, he has woven together his passion for nature, sustainable practices, and uplifting local communities. A warm welcome to you, sir. I have the privilege in inviting Mr. Sunil Limai, an IVIS officer of the 1988 batch, who has made significant contributions to wildlife conservation and environmental protection in Maharashtra. Mr. Limai is the only individual with 2 species named after him. Mr. Limai advocates...
I'm the only Limai.
Yes, sir. He's the only Limai. So let's put our hands together to that, ladies and gentlemen, and warm welcome to him. And I have the privilege in inviting Mr. Aditya Dhanwante, the owner of Tiger Trails Jungle Lodge, who has created a haven for wildlife enthusiasts in the heart of India's Tadoba Andhari Tiger Reserve. And I also have the privilege in inviting Mr. Chandrasekhar Jaiswal, General Manager, MTDC. Ladies and gentlemen, the Maharashtra Tourism Development Corporation, MTDC, is responsible for development of tourism in the state of Maharashtra. And let's put our hands together to welcome sir. And with those words, I would hand over to our distinguished moderator, Dr. Das, to kindly carry forward the proceedings of the session. And may I request you, sir, if you could kindly conclude the session in about 30 minutes, as we have a lot of sessions lined up, and we are also expecting the honorable ministers to join us in between for a session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. So we have 2 targets. One is to talk about collaboration in CSR, and the other one is to finish it in 30 minutes. So we will be, second 30 minutes is up to you all. And so, you know, as we know that we are a drop, but together we can be an ocean. And the best part of it is that, you know, then the blame can be shifted to someone else because you're in a collaboration. Keeping jokes apart, collaboration in CSR, collaboration for activities, initiatives. So I would like to request Mr. Jaiswal to, as an MTDC General Manager, what collaborations do you have in this particular sector? To throw some light on that.
Thank you. The most important aspect, I mean, you know, the MPDC is in a big transformation at the moment. We are no more, you know, the laid-back organization it used to be once upon a time, and we have got things in a different perspective now altogether. I would rather, instead of talking about CSR, because we receive CSR, so we would like to throw it open to, because ICSA Foundation and other organizations are here. So I have some very iconic, you know, schemes which are coming in. And one of the most important is I. I in Marathi is mother. And in English, it means Azadi Ka Amrut Mahotsav initiative. So this is gender inclusivity in tourism. It's about women in tourism. So this is the first organization in tourism in India, which has, now Maharashtra government has a policy on gender in tourism. So that is something very important. So, in gender in tourism, we are giving a lot of, we are trying to empower the women folk to do many things. So that's an area where we can receive a lot of partnerships and collaborations and CSR, of course, as per the 2013 Act. In fact, we started very early. In 2013, we received one of the first CSRs in Ajanta, where an international standard quality toilet was made, right? Which looks like with janitors and everybody around. The second aspect, the I, or gender inclusivity, CSR organizations have a big thing to do with. I will circulate the policy. Second is responsible tourism. And in responsible tourism, what we are doing is that we are coming up with all the 5-6 developmental aspects, right? It includes environment as such, nature and everything. It includes the Bhumi Putra policy on human resource, then economic aspects, triggering economic development and all that aspect. This is second. And the third most important, which we have common, is souvenirs. Now, MTDC will be having a souvenir vertical in which we are looking for 3 aspects. One is traditional, like what Pashu Pakshi, right? They are doing. And the second one is very contemporary souvenirs. And the third one is a revival of arts. These are 3 areas which I would like to highlight. Thank you so much.
So, sir, you have highlighted 3 areas. As a stakeholder, Aditya Dhanwate is having one of the best or leading one of the best hospitality teams in this landscape. So as sir highlighted, what do you think and how do you think we can collaborate as stakeholders in the CSR part, and what are the various aspects of that?
Thank you. I think for collaborating, understanding and trust are the 2 most important factors. So the 2 partners, policymakers, industries, or even CSR teams that might be involved in a program, I think the understanding of each other's USP and the trust to build it together is important. Second is, I would like to borrow 2 conversations that I had yesterday. One was what Mr. Chauhan said from Madhya Pradesh. He said that he has a very conservative approach towards what tourism is happening in India. I think the conservative approach is important and a need of the hour today, because what we look at from the policy planners is the ability to do land use planning. Today, we haven't even touched upon the subject of land use planning. What kind of lodges could be permitted? What would be the area that would be covered? What could be the beds that could be supported in a landscape? How do we come on these numbers? How many acres of land per bed? So in one room, you require at least 2 beds. So how many acres of land would that one room have? So these are questions that not only we need to have a discussion about, but we need to have and arrive at a formula which can be put in place in future destinations as well as retrospectively in existing destinations. Second is, when we look at CSR as a money source, I think another collaboration can be inter-industry. So one is the hospitality industry that becomes part and parcel of the stakeholders, including communities, forest departments, and us as the hospitality. And I think mining industry could contribute in a huge way. Mining is always looked at as extractive, but it's an important part of the economic development of areas such as Chandrapur, Gadchiroli, Gondia, Nagpur, Yavatmal. I think they would be able to contribute CSR in the right way for ecological development where hospitality could play a big role. Thank you.
So you are saying that those who are involved in mining, at least in the landscape, they should directly contribute to wildlife.
Ecological restoration where hospitality could play a part.
In the same landscape.
Same landscape.
So I just get back to Mr. Jaiswal. I just had one this thing that you had said that you are working on Swachhata, cleanliness, hygiene, and then souvenirs. Whom are you trying to collaborate with? Like Aditya just said, that hospitality sector or the local people, or who?
We have identified 3 patterns for the souvenirs. And number 1 is the traditional one, where we are going to have artisans or locals, right? Like the sort which yesterday I just told you, that organization which is doing it. One is, without any intervention, as it is, right? The raw thing. All right, we would like to do that. Number two is the contemporary one. The second pattern is contemporary one. You have people, they're not satisfied with the local arts, right? And there are people, because we can't make them do that. There are people, who want just fridge magnets. There are people who want postcards. Postcards are out of scene now in India, right? There are no more postcards because post office doesn't allow. There used to be a time 15 paisa you used to send postcards. And in Europe, you do it still. So picture postcards is another area, not picture postcards, contemporary articles is going to be second. And the third one, the most important, is the arts which are known, right? For example, I'll give you an art, like why we are working right now on revival of, a very big way revival of Himru, right? Himru is a lot, or Mashru, right, of that kind. So we will be eager to do that. And this is all going to be like, it's going to be all two-way based. We'll have souvenir stores, and we also have an online pattern. So we have three segments.
Yeah, you have a product mix.
Exactly.
There, exactly. So we also have Mr. Anirudh Chowji with us. He's a lighthouse to many youth and people who wanting to get into conservation and wildlife protection. And he is also founder and head of Ran Mangli. Mr. Chowji, how do you see your role in a collaborative scenario platform where we keep in mind the total CSR scene?
I'm not talking directly in terms of CSR, but I'm talking more in terms of collaboration. I'm going to be presenting a small slideshow. So when we are talking of collaboration between the Forest Department and NGOs or organizations which are working at the grassroots level with the local community, I'm talking of collaboration towards conservation. And this is a small example of what we've done in Tadoba and also replicated in other places in Maharashtra, Assam and Arunachal. So, thank you so much. When we talk of needs and aspirations, yeah, I can see a very happy face there. Thank you for making the change. Making it, yes. Yeah, so we're talking of needs and aspirations of the forest neighboring communities. So why is it that we think that we as urban people have different aspirations and those who live in the villages in some far-flung corner of a forest can have different aspirations? So, safe drinking water, thoda aap chala do. Fuel for cooking, schools, medical facilities, mobile networks, protection of crops, and safety, and most important, livelihoods. And these are things, we take it for granted when we are in the city. But if you look at a village which is next to a forest or sometimes is also in the core and yet to be relocated, these things come as absolute luxuries because they don't have an access to them. And the most important one is livelihoods. Next. Livelihoods for the youth. So, that is what keeps bothering this community. Next. And because what is preventing it is basically our ideas of conservation. So our ideas of conservation say no roads, no light, no education, nothing but tiger bachao, jungle bachao. So that has been something that happened during the British times. 1878, the reserve forest came to being because they didn't want our communities to enter the forest. But I think the times have changed. Next. Hey, college. Mrs. Gandhi in 72 had mentioned that if you don't take care of them, they very well know how to take care of themselves and their needs. Next. So, this is a very interesting concept. The Great Indian Bustard, I was watching this. This is a place called Nanaj near Pune. I was watching this bird. I was very thrilled. I had seen it. It's a lifer. And one man comes from behind. Kai paata re? What are you seeing? I said, to pakshi paata hai. Mela paise to. Kya? Mar jana chahiye wo. I said, क्यों भैया? ये तो GIB है, ग्रेट इंडियन बस्टर्ड है, बहुत कम है. साहब, ये शोलापुर जिले के बाजू में हमारा नानज है, और यहाँ पे ये जब मर जाएगा, यहाँ पे डेवलपमेंट आएगा. You know, that is the kind of antagonism that existed. आग लग जाती, बोलते हैं उनके जंगल में आग लगी है. कोई पोचिंग कर रहा है, उनके जंगल में पोचिंग कर रहा है, शिकार कर रहा है. And obviously very poor conservation. Next. So this is where a big change occurred, and this is where it occurred, Tadoba and the Tiger Reserve. Next. So we started working with the communities whom we had called as, shikaris, or poaching out of the forest. And something called as eco-development committees, EDCs, were formed. And these EDCs were members from the village, and the money generated from tourism and other sources was to be utilized within the village. Next. The first and foremost step where money could be seen, was not livelihood projects. They would come next. First was tourism. We started training members from the local community, and Agarzari village was the first one in 2013-14 which started tourism. Next. There, these youth, they themselves through Shramdan built the roads. After that, they would stand on the road, they would wave vehicles, jungle mein safari karo sir. कहते नहीं तुम्हारा buffer है, buffer में कुछ सफर नहीं होता है. So they all went to the core area. Today, about 8-9 years later, Agarzari, getting a safari in Agarzari is as difficult as getting it in Moharli. And that is where these communities started benefiting. Next. So then we said, what are we to do? We need to make them stakeholders by making them owners of their activity, not as cheap labor. Next. There were people like Ramgaonkar sir started it in Melghat. There are a lot of these people who worked and pushed the lower staff to understand a new idea, a new concept. Next. So TATR, what did we do? When we got this right, the number of livelihoods, then drinking water, all these things we were doing. But we started providing livelihoods. And along with these tourism activities, because tourism can only generate some livelihood, there are many other livelihood projects that are being run by Tadoba today, including truck driver training, and then the truck drivers get employment in the mines. We used to produce cloth that was taken by Tatas not as a CSR or on compassionate grounds, but because it passed 18 tests, and that is what Tadoba was able to do. Apart from that, of course, the other things that we did. So what I'm trying to say is such partnerships based on the locals, not forgetting them, can actually make a great contribution to conservation. So last slide, it says these bagobas that you see around Tadoba signify a human was killed over there. It is not Deva Puja over there. So imagine someone, my relative is killed, I make a bagoba over there, and मैं नागपुर, पूना, बम्बई में जाता हूँ, घर में चूहा आता है, so you can imagine what's the difference. So I'm saying that we need many, many more organizations, NGOs to collaborate with the forest department and take this to the grassroots levels and ensure a better conservation.
Thank you, Mr. Chowji. Just one question which I had asked in the beginning, that as a member of an NGO, Ran Mangli Foundation, so you are the link between the government, forests, and the government. That is what you are trying to explain, that these implementations are done by that. So I move to a person who has been on the helm of affairs and has driven such initiatives for long in this sector. He is also retired PCCF Wildlife. Limay sir, collaboration. So what do you think how should we define it in terms of wildlife?
There are 2-3 things I would like to tell. First thing, that today is the World Wildlife Day, and this year's theme, and I think everybody is aware, is connecting people and planet, and through what? The digitization of innovation. And that is the most important thing, and that everybody want to do conservation as a wildlife administrator. I was in the conservation. Now I am doing also the conservation. And we talk about the CSR funds. When first time I heard the name of the CSR fund, I heard the name as, it's called as social impact, corporate social impact. My friend who at that time were the NGOs, they used to tell it is nothing but the greenwash. And now you were telling, Aditya was telling what mining industries, oil and petrol industry do, they should give more money for conservation efforts. I will say instead of giving more money, if they do the ethical business, I think there will be the most important contribution through CSR. Because doing ethical business is the most important that any big corporate can do, and I consider that it is the most important contribution under CSR. Nowadays, I am working as a member of the Central Empower Committee. I am seeing a lot of things are being happened in Aravali's. Everywhere mining is there. Nobody is able to stop that mining. Nobody, police, revenue, they just can't do anything over there. So if these big people, instead of giving any money for the conservation efforts, if they do the ethical business, if they stop the mining at such places, I think that is the best thing they can do. And here also I will always say, because as an administrator, as a manager, I always believe that always one has to take care of the people of the organization, and then the organization will take care of all other things. So if you say the forest, for the forest it is the local people and my staff, that is the department staff. So through CSR, I would love to see that most of the time we are doing something better for the local people. For the sustainable livelihood of the local people, we should get money. Because doing many things, creating infrastructure, creating roads, creating schools, other buildings for them, that's fine. That government also has to do it. We have got enough money for that. But if I say for the Tadoba in buffer area, around the Tadoba or any other protected area, if you give something for the local people, if the local people can say, yes, we have got a lot of money, now we can have the sustainable livelihood, then these people will only help the forest department. Otherwise, however big infrastructure you can create, nothing can be done. I think your first lecture you said that whenever there is an airport within the 100-kilometer radius, lot of things can be done. So everybody will love to have airport at Chandrapur also. That is not happening because of tiger. So that is not the only thing. But I think if one decide to take care of the local people and the staff who is working for the conservation, I think that will be the best contribution that under CSR can be done. And as a wildlife administrator, I think that only should be done. Other things are secondary. And I think if everybody decides that this much of money I want to spend, and we spend all that money or 50% of it, 75% of it on local people only or on the staff, that would be the best thing.
Hello. Sir made a very important point that a business that makes only money is nothing but a poor business. So obviously it has to be ethical. And Aditya, I'll just come back to you because you said something about mines, and the mines, they need to come up and these people need to invest more in the money. The collaboration, sir just mentioned, I'm trying to just link it. So the collaboration is that they do the business of CSR also, so that they understand how difficult it is to, destroy something and then recreate something. So what are your views about that?
I'll just delve a little background. Our experience is we are a 40-year-old environmental engineering company with expertise specifically in the mining sector. What happens in the mining sector, sir said Aravali's. In Aravali's, there's a lot of strip mining which is illegal also. What my focus is specifically those mines that have mining licenses or permits. Some of them are overground, some of them are underground. For overground mines, you see a lot of overburden dumps that are created, And these overburden dumps, the best quality of soil is actually right at the bottom of the dump, So when sir says ethical karo, ethical means you can also serve your best soil to put it at the top of the dump, and that is ethical part. What I'm suggesting is that any kind of mining puts a lot of pressure on the water table of that area. And for restoring water table to cater to the needs of the society, communities, to cater to the needs of surrounding forest habitats, some CSR money should be allocated specifically for this. What I want to bring forward is a tourism industry that can take advantage of an opportunity where you have a mining company that has no expertise in ecological restoration. You have a community that is dependent on the economic impacts, positive impacts of the mine. You have a community that is also dependent on the forest as a resource. So I'm trying to create a ground where all the stakeholders have vested interest in going forward. Mining, communities, forest and industry. That is what I want to look at. Which is why I suggested mining. There are other industries also.
I'll come back to that. Mines पे यहाँ थोड़ा सा stop करते हैं और collaboration पे आगे बढ़ते हैं. Sir, 55% of collaborations जो होते हैं companies से वो directly government sector को देना पसंद करते हैं. ऐसे data है outlook से. As MTDC, you are also part of a government. Now, how will MTDC channelize that to wildlife sector, especially landscapes like Tadoba or tiger reserves?
Actually, there is a lot of work to be done still. It's a nascent stage, I'll tell you. I can't use this public forum to criticize anything. But we need to have very stricter guidelines because, you know, they are all ready to give. Please understand, I come from Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar originally, residing in Mumbai. I had industrialists because I am from industry town. Everybody, from Tarun Jain to Rahul Bajaj to everybody, A to Z of them, Skoda, everybody. Say, Jaiswal, yaar, ye le lo. There are no clear guidelines, how I receive it, right? How do I go about it? So those things, I mean, I'm not going to use this forum for that. We need to have very different guidelines for that. For example, now CSR is perceived only as something to be done tangible, all right? Oh, you have a toilet, you have an airport, you have this, like the gentleman said, 100 kilometers thing and all that. Nobody has thought that can you induce a new behavior? Can you say that the you know what you have, gold mines or coal mines? Coal mines. You have black coal mines. Okay, you have coal mines here. So one of my friends is now a very big officer with the company here, which produces electricity or makes electricity, and he says we are importing coal. I was very surprised. I was zapped. I said, "Arey, kya ye? What is happening?" So one thing which I would like to come back to that is that why can't we have people say, the CSR people, say that, you know, we are going to have a human resource, right? A human resource revolution where we say that this coal mine has got a wildlife expert as one of the officers. For example, Oman has started with city impression officers, right? You have city impression officers. We were in Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar. I said to my municipal commissioner, sir, एक काम करते हैं, वो बीबी का मकबरा का जो रास्ता है ना, उस पे लोग है ना गोधड़ी बिजड़ी डालते हैं सब पूरे के पूरे you know सुखाते रहते हैं दिन भर. So no, मेरा मतलब है that's okay with us, but it has to be done with a style. Hong Kong has it, but it looks very good. So we said, can we have a city impression officer? Can't coal mines have a person who deals with wildlife, heritage and all that? You know, not only coal mines. I mean, can you, I mean, they can induce a program. Nothing tangible needs to be done. You need to have, why don't we have a behavioral movement induced through CSR? Are you getting me? You know, intangible cultural heritage. Nobody has worked, nobody has documented in a way, but it's only again a word which is complementing sustainability.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I can see how diplomatically MTDC has transferred the weight to the. Yeah, so yeah, Liman sir.
I would love to respond. Why you want such a person? Anyway, it's not a grilling or asking questions. Why you want somebody with the coal company who will do such kind of things? Let the persons who are doing the mining, they do their job perfectly. I said ethical mining. Leave it up to we people, we foresters are there to tell what kind of conservation, what kind of things. You need not have a separate person with the coal industry. So this is the only thing that we should see. We have got each and every department, they have got their own agenda, what to do, so let the people do. It's the only question, how much you wanted to give the money to whom and how to give, when to give, that is important, how that can be used. And that should be used for the local people. If this is done, I think the most of the things will be okay.
I would want to ask Chowji sir, how do you think the forest, I mean the people around the forest or the communities, how would they collaborate? Or how would someone else collaborate through them to the government to save the?
Yeah, so I'm not looking into the CSR money part of it, but I'm looking at the collaboration with the forest department.
Modalities, kind of.
And
connections.
And NGOs and organizations. So one thing that we've been able to show in Tadoba, as I mentioned, that conservation is not just a pure science that it used to be thought to be. Conservation is a lot of social science. So you have organizations like WCT. What is WCT working on? WCT is working on providing very good, these are called bumbers, water heaters. And through solar cookers and otherwise, and using gas, a lot of fuel wood was already being reduced. But a lot of fuel wood was being used for heating water. So WCT rightly placed that bumper kind of a water heater in this community, which has reduced the use of wood. So there are many, many small examples like this. Behavioral changes. And these are where, you'd need a CSR, but you would also need an interface organization to work with the community. And that would bring about a difference.
So in the last phase of our panel discussion, we'll ask the audience, कुछ audience आप कुछ बताना चाहते, पूछना चाहते basically, बहुत short में सवाल पूछिए ताकि हमारे panels experts ये करेंगे. Yeah, mic please, आप एक mic forward करें. And then I'll come for a closing.
So just wanted to, my name is Rupesh Rai, and just wanted to understand there is a green credit which has been rolled out. It was there for a while, but now I think there has been a kind of notification from government, central government, that anyone can take up to 5 hectares of land and grow forest, and that has to be certified or vetted by forest department. And this is how the future, corporates would to operate, under certain areas, they will have to buy that much worth of green credit. So if somebody can, among the eminent panel, somebody can, throw some more light onto that, that is it real? What is the likelihood of it actually reaching to the end person in terms of, green credit, and how corporates are going to work in and around it?
So there's a very interesting example very close to Nagpur. Yeah, so if you have time, you might want to see it also. This is a place called Vakeshwar. And interestingly, Vakeshwar, between Umred Karanla Wildlife Sanctuary and Boar Tiger Reserve, it comes on that route. So we all know we don't have corridors as continuous forests, but what we need are stepping stones in between. So similar small forest patches, if they can be conserved instead of a continuous, that would be expecting too much. And we don't have the kind of organizations that exist worldwide who buy huge tracts of land. But here what you can do is individually, 5 hectares is what you're talking of. I'm not getting into the legal aspects of it. But what I'm saying is such examples, as you rightly mentioned, can act as stepping stones for wildlife to migrate from one forest to the other. They move at night. During the daytime, they need to safely secure themselves. So these are, you might want to see, it's by an organization called CHIP in Nagpur. But these things have started. And I'm sure a lot of others would see these examples and participate. No, a lot of people have started working in India also. So that's what a lot of people have started working on it already. And these green credits, though we also need to take a lot of safeties. Somebody who claims that I've done it and nothing has happened, or has used an old forest area and claimed that I have done it. So it's happening, it will happen. Since it's a very new idea in India, it's happening.
As you rightly said, there are certain organizations, they measure the green credit. There are certain rules to that, wherein, the number of years, the tree, the density per acre, or per square meter. So there's n number of steps, and there are certain experts and consultants which are now coming up, which are doing this thing. This is happening rampantly in the other countries. Sir,
My name
Kumai.
is Abhilash Khandekar. I have a small question that like CSR funding, there is also an environmental social responsibility in today's times, and certain new greenfield projects are required to donate to the environmental cause. So can the panelist inform or tell us about that environmental social responsibility funding? It is next step from the CSR to environmental social responsibility.
So, I'll ask Mr. Jaiswal to say a few words on this, but we have a session on that also, which is
We
coming
were
up
working on
later.
that. I mean, earlier I worked on that in other countries, in Ethiopia, in South Africa, before MTDC. I'll tell you something about it, sir. This is what, Lime sir, that is what I was trying to tell you. I didn't mean a wildlife expert taking away the role of a forester in the Western Coalfield. I was saying that, the WCL or any XYZ company, organization needs to have an environmental social responsibility. For that, they need to have a framework of officers or people who understand. So it creates more jobs for people who are working as biologists, biodiversity experts, and all that. Sir, that is happening, and I would like to tell you something, sir. The green audits, after you complete, that we are working on it, MTDC. You will be surprised to know that we are the biggest owner of land in Mumbai today, right? Sir knows it, not forest department kind, but we have our own land, that is Gorai, Manori, and all the 800 acres of land. We are working with mangroves also. In Ajanta, we are successful in creating a forest, which is now self-supporting, almost 25 square kilometers of it, right, along with the forest department. So for that, sir, companies like Skoda came up and they started with it. And they have already done one project with us. Thank you.
I just wanted to clarify what he asked. See, this is a new scheme which you are talking about, green. Yeah, just now it is notified. And the idea is that minimum 5 hectares. First, government has to identify the land patches. Yeah, so all the wasteland and other land has to be identified. Then a land bank will be created, and anyone, particularly forest department, industries who require land diversion, so they can transfer money to forest department. The money, it is not to be carried out. If you read it carefully, the plantation has to be done by forest department. Those who want to invest will put in money, and maximum 1100 plants per hectare can be planted, and that will be treated as it will be verified, and it is treated as an advanced compensatory afforestation. So suppose you want to construct road, or maybe you want to do mining. So the compensatory land which you have to give, so that becomes a ready, you invest right now, and maybe whenever you need, you can use that. That's the basic scheme. It is still in the nascent stage, and I think the Government of India is writing to state governments to identify that. It's just, I think, about a week it has come. Yeah, so.
To add on to that, there are certain schemes which are coming up, which is happening in others, that if you have planted, so these trees, they act like your shares, your stocks, or they give you value. And if the value of those green, is properly calculated as per the norms laid down by the government and various states from time to time, then you can sell your green credit to people or companies who are willing to purchase that to do some other, yes, that is. Exactly.
Just one thing I want to, in the CSR, before I moved to Wildlife Institute, I was in Mangrove Foundation. So ICICI Foundation we were working with ICICI Foundation, and they gave 50 lakhs for carrying out 25 hectare plantation, mangrove plantation in Ratnagiri. Also we got funds from Skoda for carrying out 100 hectare mangrove plantation in Raigad district. So these are some of the examples, and basically you sign an MOU. Since mangrove, we also have a foundation, So they would transfer money to Mangrove Foundation, and Mangrove Foundation would carry out the work. So this is one example. And now in WII, we are getting funds from Coal India. For, see, we have a advanced wildlife science, wildlife management diploma course where forest officers are imparted training. And now Coal India is going to fund some of the candidates, like some of these states who cannot, see, it costs money. So it costs almost 13 lakh rupees per candidate. So maybe northeastern states who cannot afford to pay so much of money to train their officers, they are being funded through this CSR fund, and also MSc in wildlife science. So they are going to fund 10 candidates per year, and very soon we have signed an MOU for 2.10 crore for next 2 years. Thank you.
But will they give money to those people who want to do the course with a job guarantee also? Or just to go study MSc wildlife and you are on your own?
Job guarantee is not there, but I think most of the candidates are getting employed. Actually,
Sorry
WI
for the
itself is
interruption,
not
sir.
getting trained people, actually. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. Can we close the session now? So let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for all our eminent panelists on the stage. As I invite on stage Mr. Shahbaz Sheikh, GIS expert at TATR, to kindly do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude and respect to all our eminent panelists. Sir is here with us. Or I can request Dr. Das to kindly do the honors, our distinguished moderator. I request you, sir, to present to Mr. Sunil Nimai. He is the Principal Chief Conservator of Forest, Wildlife, retired from Maharashtra. Thank you, sir, for being here with us. We present to Mr. Anirudh Chowji, an ecologist, naturalist, and the founder of the Ranmangli Foundation. We present to Mr. Aditya Dhanwante, owner Tiger Trails Jungle Lodge. And to Mr. Jaiswal, General Manager, MTDC. Thank you, sir, for being here with us. And a quick group photograph before we move on to the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have one more quick session of 30 minutes, after which we will proceed for lunch, and post that we are expecting the Honorable Ministers to join us. Thank you. I would request our moderator, Dr. Jaydeep Das, to kindly stay back on the stage as I invite our eminent panelists for the next session, which is on biodiversity, loss and wildlife conservation challenges. I would like to invite Dr. Bilal Habib, who is a distinguished scientist F at the Wildlife Institute of India, is a passionate conservation biologist. His work revolves around integrating quantitative and interdisciplinary approaches to tackle the conservation challenges. Sir is here with us, Dr. Bilal Habib. May I invite you, sir, to kindly join us on the stage, please. May I invite our other eminent panelists, Dr. Karthik Shikul, he is not here. May I invite Mr. Nitin Desai, Director of Central India WPSI. Warm welcome to you, sir. Inviting Mr. Yogesh Dudpachure. He is the Professor, Geography, Janta College, and Mr. Rupesh Rai, founder and CEO, Bakri Chhap Agri-Tourism and Natural Products Private Limited. Warm welcome to all our eminent panelists to this session on biodiversity loss and wildlife conservation. Ladies and gentlemen, the biodiversity, the intricate web of species, ecosystems, and genetic diversity is the foundation of life on Earth. However, we are witnessing unprecedented biodiversity loss due to the human activities. And today in this session, we address the challenges we face and seek collaborative solutions. With those words, I hand over to Dr. Jaydeep Das to kindly moderate this session. And may I request you, sir, to kindly conclude in 30 minutes. Over to you, sir.
The sword is already hanging. So welcome to the discussion. And we'll definitely start with Dr. Bilal Habib, sir. He's the scientist of, and he's always there whenever we see a tiger lying down and being tranquilized. So, sir, we can start with your presentation quickly. So we'll come to the questions after.
So I probably have a bit longer presentation, but I will try to make it as short as possible. So very interesting. We have heard about a lot of things about CSR, about conservation, about ecotourism, but we have not heard from tigers so far. So what they are thinking about, how they are going to move, and what are their challenges. So I'll just take you a journey of a tiger, just give you a couple of seconds, and what are the issues when we are talking about a conservation, when we are talking about managing these particular animals. So I will just look at issues, challenges, and way forward. So I think the biggest issue in our country, we have something around 1,000 protected areas. But the issue is, when we talk about the average size of a protected area is 170 square kilometers. So if we talk about the tigers, none of these protected areas are going to sustain tigers for next 100 years. So then why we are protecting our protected areas when they are not going to sustain our tiger reserves for the next 100 years? And you see that if you look at the tiger reserves, on an average, we have around 790 square kilometers. You need 1,000 square kilometer of a core area to have a tigers for next 100 years. And we have just 5 such tiger reserves in our country. So then what is very important, that these smaller protected areas are connected. What do you mean by connected? The tigers are able to go from one place to other place, and that's where the problem is. If you connect these protected areas, they have to move through human-dominated landscapes. That's where the conflict is, that's where the challenge is. And that's where we have the maximum issues when we are talking about wildlife. So you see, this is the protected area map of India, and the dark ones are the protected areas, and the light green ones are is the forest in between. And when you look at, if you just put, these are just the road network. So you know we are the second largest road network country in the world. So if somebody says that how far we have to go to reach a forest from a road end, it's just 5 kilometers. So not a single forest patch is 5 kilometers away from road head. So that's a challenge, because roads bring invasive species, they bring a lot of other things. And when we talk about other things, this is the railway lines, these are the transmission lines. And we are the second largest, we are the one among the 4th country when we talk about the railway lines. We're the second largest when we talk about the transmission lines. So when animal steps out of a protected area, either there's a road or there's a railway line. When an animal looks up, there's a transmission line. So there are a lot of challenges when these animals go from one place to other place. And then animals decide that, okay, we will travel through night, because that's probably the safest place. And you see, when you look at the night light map of country, we call them dark corridors. When everybody is going to sleep, probably animals are going to move. But our villages are becoming such enlightened right now, they have a huge light during night, which not even allow these animals to go from one place to other place. And yes, we have done remarkable. We are the only country who has doubled the number of tigers before the due deadline. So, but that has brought us a challenge. So we have a lot of issues, but as a country, we have done a lot of things. We have the world's best Wildlife Protection Act. We are the only country who is removing people from the protected areas. This doesn't happen anywhere in the world. But we have a voluntary relocation. Our people are ready to come out of the protected areas. And not only this, our country has gone so far, 10 years before, when we were talking about underpasses and overpasses, we're going to look the pictures in Canada or Malaysia. And as on today, world's largest 10 biggest structures are in our country. We're the world's largest underpasses as well as overpasses in our country. And so this is like, we have to manage protected areas as like our bank balance, FD, fixed deposit. So don't do anything with the fixed deposit. But there's a money which is interest which comes out. What is this interest? This interest is the number of tigers which come out of the protected areas. So if we are able to manage them for the benefit, and what's the benefit? For the benefit of people, probably we will have a conservation which is going to a long time. And this is what it is. When people talk about roads, and a lot of people are there, they are saying that we should not have roads. Road is not a problem, but it's the traffic which is a problem. If you have a road inside a protected area, there is no issue. But if there's a traffic, there is an issue. So this happens when our animals, they come outside protected area. And outside protected area, the biggest issue right now with our wildlife is not poaching, is not the deaths because of the railway tracks or roads. The biggest threat is electrocution. And what this electrocution is, this is not the electrocution from the power lines. This is the electrocution the poor farmers are trying to protect their crop fields, because they have a very small crop holding and there are animals which go and damage them. And when the animals like tigers, when they come in contact with these power lines, because if it's a deer, like cheetal sambar, it will not get electrocuted because it has an insulated feet. But tigers don't have insulated feet. And if there's a water, the animals die on spot. So you have a lot of animals dying because of the electrocution. And then these are burnt. On an average, in the last 5 years, we have lost 72% of the elephants. So out of 575 deaths in our country, 372 deaths were because of the electrocution for elephants. Why elephants? Because it's very, very difficult to dispose the carcass of an elephant, but it's very easy to dispose the carcass of a tiger. So a lot of animals die because of that. This is number of animals which we have lost to electrocution. And this is how it is changing. Just the picture of Tadoba, because we are in Tadoba. This is Tadoba in 1992. There were a lot of dark areas which animals used to take from one place to other place. And this is in 2013. And if you take 2023, it's all white. It's all white. So animals have no places even to go during night time. And this is like, it's not only tigers. It's about animals which live in human-dominated landscape, the wolves. It's about the animals which live in the core areas, the wild dogs. And this is like buffer and core management. We have buffer areas, but the philosophy of the buffer is it has to be managed in such a way that it is beneficial to both to the people and to the animals. But buffer management is going higher and higher. You see, the buffer can be multiple use area, then we can have a core area. You see what's happening in Tadoba, the best management. So when you see a newspaper that Maya is missing, Tara is missing, and this particular tiger has died, so we probably think, oh, Tadoba is not doing the management. But if you look my perspective, I tell it the best management. If you have a female tigress in your protected area for more than 10 years, just think that your tiger reserve is not doing good. Because older animals are staying there for a longer time, which is risky for a tiger reserve. If your tiger reserve is losing older animals at the age of 10 years or 12 years, your tiger reserve is perfectly fine. So animals are not there which are going to be long-lived. So this is the example of so we have been monitoring Tadoba from last 10 years, and this is how it is changing over time. And the buffer management has been so great. Now the tigers are even residing in the buffer area. You see 10 years before, in 2013, we don't have any tigers which were exclusive in the buffer. And if you see today, we have 38 tigers which are surviving in the buffer. So buffer management has gone up, which has increased the tigers. We need these highways for tigers. We call them corridors. And this is how you have corridors when you talk about the Tadoba and which go to the other particular places. So if you have to, like when people are talking about CSR, when people are talking about the conservation, probably we have to think about the villages in these buffer, in these corridors, because which is very critical for conservation. And when we are talking, if there's a road going through Tadoba, everybody in the Nagpur will stand up and say that road should not go through the Tadoba. But you know, the most critical is a patch of a forest somewhere closer to the Nagpur, which acts as a stepping stone for these animals to go through. So that forest patch should have a same value as we have for the Tadoba. If we don't have these forest patches, the animals will not be able to move. So the smaller forest patches in human-dominated landscapes are as critical as we have in Tadoba. So we have to think about these smaller forest patches also. And I will not waste time. This is one of our tigers. He traveled from Tipeshwar and he reached Danganga, which is somewhere in Amravati. And he was like, this is a tiger. This tiger we captured in Tipeshwar, and he was having a snare on his body. And we removed that, and we thought that this tiger is never going to go anywhere. He's going to stay in Tipeshwar. But he proved us wrong. And this is the tiger who traveled across 3,000 kilometers. He was 6 months, he was through human-dominated landscapes, and not a single villager knew that there's a tiger traveling. So they can manage themselves. We only have to leave a space for them, those smaller forest patches for them. And this is like the value of these smaller forest patches where these tigers go and they travel from human-dominated landscapes. And it's not only this, it's about when animals are in human-dominated landscapes, they need more energy because they travel faster. When they need more energy, they need more prey base, and that results in the conflict. So that's one of the challenges which we have. So how we are going to manage people and conservation? So just the last one probably. You see, this is the social tolerance. So if the people are against the conservation, what's going to happen? The actual conflict is very low, but the perceived conflict is very high. But what we have to do is, we have to try to think that the actual conflict should be equivalent to the perceived conflict. So this is only possible when we have a higher social tolerance. So if we are able to match this social tolerance, so I think we will have a win-win situation for conservation. So I just put it as a cost of prime reality. So I equate it with like Ambani's sons living in Antillia. So our tigers in Tadoba are they are like in Antillia. So that's why everybody will try to go for that space. Because in Antillia there are bodyguards, where in Tadoba there are no bodyguards for the tigers. So every stronger tiger will come and fight for that particular place, and that is why you will see a lot of deaths. When you see such lot of deaths happening in Tadoba, you can just visualize it's the best managed protected area. Don't think negative in that part, because if there are tigers to fight, then there will be a death. If there are no tigers to fight, there is not going to be death. So that's a very important part for when we talk about the conservation. So we have if you just nutshell talk about what's the issue. Issue is we have locally abundant tigers. Tadoba is too abundant, too many tigers in Tadoba. Every year we have around 40 young ones coming out of the Tadoba, where they are going to go. And we have a landscape resistance. When these tigers have to go, they are not able to go. So what we have to think about that. And then if you have more younger ones, they are going to exploit the human-dominated landscape. It will be like young tigers of the age of 2 years just walking through human-dominated landscapes. Less experience, more conflict. And then what we will have more issues with the territories, which will result in more and more conflict. So if we think about these 4 or 5 aspects, probably we are going to manage the challenges for tiger conservation in a better way. I think that's it. Thank you so much. Which one, sir? He was thinking about, sir, all these 5 things. And he was also thinking about, मेरे को जगह कहाँ मिलेगी, मैं कहाँ जाऊँगा.
Thank you so much. He was also thinking कि सर ने इतना expressway speed में कैसे क्या इतना बढ़िया presentation खत्म किया. But we are making expressways in record time, and we are also destroying the walkways of tiger in record time. Biodiversity loss, as sir he emphasized on the loss of habitat, and that is leading to biodiversity loss. I would request Mr. Nitin Desai to quickly talk about that in Central India perspective.
Thank you, Jaideep. We at WPSI, we have always believed that the most direct threat to wildlife and tigers is the activities of poachers and criminals who kill tigers and other animals to provide their parts to illegal traders. To give you a perspective, historically this has been happening around tiger reserves and in corridors that join tiger reserves, where spilling tigers or dispersing tiger populations were harvested by organized gangs very systematically. Thanks to very concerted effort by enforcement agencies in 2013, 2014, organized poachers stopped their activities in some parts of Central India. You can see the direct result. This is one of the factors that organized poachers are not operating in this area as of now. Because of that 10 years window, you can see the tiger, of course, there are other reasons for that, but this is one of the reasons, major reasons, that the tiger population has shot up like anything. Now we are sitting on a time bomb. The guys, they have not taken a vow that they'll not kill tigers forever in their life. They may come back. It happened last year. The Bahelia gangs moved out and the Bawaris moved in. But that was their, they ran out of luck. In their first attempt itself, they were caught by the authorities here. But if you look at poaching, there are 2 kinds of poachers, 2 kind of gangs of poachers. One is those organized communities who systematically kill tigers. They have their established supply chains and their buyers and traders, and everything is very organized. On the other hand, we have these gangs of local poachers. You see, all these star tigers, all these animals that you see in parks are superstars as long as they're in the parks. The moment these animals move out of the parks and go towards villages or to territorial forests, they are literally a pest. People don't want wild animals. This is a bitter reality. 50 years plus we have spent on conservation movement. But the general feeling in the masses about wildlife that it is a headache. That Mr. Bilal was talking about social tolerance. The social tolerance for wildlife generally is very low. And as he said, electrocution. This is, Pan India is coming up as a most serious and direct threat, because most of the techniques used by other poachers may fail, but electrocution is so effective that no animal that comes in contact with the live wire can escape, can leave. No, it's going to die. And if you look at the crop patterns in Kharif and Rabi, and now with augmentation of irrigation everywhere, summer crops are coming up everywhere. Now these 3 crop seasons are the times when maximum animals die. So these are I see the biggest challenges. From WPSI angle, what we are doing is we have identified certain critical areas from Panna, that is UP-MP border, to Tadoba, that is Maharashtra-Telangana border. And we have placed 7 awareness vans in these areas. And these vans, between them are covering more than 3,000 villages, where a van goes to a village every day, calls out the villagers, shows a wildlife awareness movie, and our guys try to promote a secret information reward scheme through which we are trying to incentivize intelligence. People who can come up with an actionable piece of information about poaching can call a dedicated number, and if that information leads to a takedown and seizure and arrest, the informant's identity is kept secret and he is given a decent reward. Because of that, we are creating a network of people who are watching the bad guys. That is our main activity at the moment in Central India. Now, running those 7 vans, covering this huge landscape needs a lot of money. So we are already tapping into CSR, and a good company has very nicely offered us a very decent amount of money. But we need to extend that, we need to expand it, and we need to keep the pressure on the poachers for a longer time.
So in a CSR conclave, we are talking about habitat loss because of infrastructure and other developments. We are talking about poaching directly, and direct and indirect poaching, and how things are leading to the biodiversity loss and where CSR can help. I'll request Dr. Yogesh Dudpachari ji to talk about the scenario in Chandrapur, because you are a professor in geography. And
yeah,
say.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That we know that the whole Chandrapur district lies in some specific atmospheric conditions. That the identity of Chandrapur is very heat. That the 49 degrees centigrade temperature is recorded in Chandrapur. And the whole forest of the Tadoba lies in that deciduous and semi-deciduous area. So in this condition, that the wildlife flora and fauna in Chandrapur region has developed. But in some last 30 years, 35 years, some developmental projects has come here, and they have changed the whole scenario, the whole landscape of Chandrapur region now. Today, we are just enjoying that the population of the tigers just crossed 250 here, and we are now celebrating. Today is the World Wildlife Day. We are also celebrating today. So, just I'm imagining that such developmental projects, if they were not in the Chandrapur area, such take the example of the CSTPS. We have also enjoyed very proudly that the CSTPS is the largest, Asia's the largest thermal power industry at that time. What that the CSTPS has done? That the single factory has brought here about 35 coal mines. That is also the bright side and the bad side also of the CSTPS. So developmental project in Chandrapur area has hampered to the wildlife in this area very large. That the single industry has bought such mines, and industry also required so much water, huge water, and therefore they have dug a very big dam in Chandrapur. Somebody will amazed that to see the figures. About 15 whole compartments are buried under the water of the Irai Dam. Such, imagine if there was not a dam in Irai Dam Chandrapur, what would the population of tigers, what would the population of flora and fauna here? So such developmental projects are here now today, even today. It is not the just case of the CSTPS. Just to take the ordnance factory, Bhadravati, many of the mines, some of the industries. I have taken the data for my one research paper, and I have find that 21 mines, not only the coal mines, some dolomite, limestones are the mines, 21 mines are in the forest area. We have diverted the forest for that mines. No such data is available before 1982 because 1980 because there was no the Forest Act. After Forest Act, we have such data, and that says that many of the mines has come in Chandrapur area and in the forest area. So developmental issues are there. They are hampering negatively on the such a flora and fauna. After the CSTPS appearance, now such questions are now appearing there. What the climate, microclimate we can say, what the microclimate in Chandrapur area has changed. And if it is positive, if that is changed, then what is the adverse impact of that CSTPS industries and microclimate on the population of the tigers, flora and fauna? Such as bees, the butterflies, flora and fauna, their breeding process, their sexual calling. Suppose, so each and everything is hampered due to the pollutions. Just to take the example that nitrogen oxide and sulfur dioxide we can say, sulfuric acid is making the in the Chandrapur now. That the acid rain is falling on the some such flowers and leaves we can say, and that also the affect the fertility and pollen process also, the breeding process. The birds are also hampering. Their call, they are not listening for their communication. So these are the activities we can say now that the developmental process as a hampering. Just take the example of the air pollutions. The dust particles on the leaves, on the flowers, their pollens, they are also hampering to the fertility and pollinating process. So all these are the developmental issues. These are related with the developmental project Chandrapur. So lastly, I think that we just have seen our attention and our focus is on the mining, on the traffic, on the roads and the railway networks. But these are also the invisible threat. Such one more threat that such the invasive species are also developed in Tadoba area. Just to take the example of the antenna camera. There are so many patches now we are looking that is covered by the antenna camera. Parthenium. So all these are the patches as covered with the invasive species, and that is not related with the human being. But such attack that is came from the nature, and we have to also counter with them. That is the thing, sir.
The threat to biodiversity is huge because of human, and data says that almost 40% of land since 1800 has been changed for man use, and in that period there has been 13.6% loss of species. That is the kind of effect one species has had on the biodiversity. This thing, Mr. Rupesh Rai, I would want you to talk as a founder of Bakri Chap agritourism, like this biodiversity. The threat to biodiversity, how do you view it as a corporate? Like here people are there who are sitting from the conservation field, but you are on the other side of the table here, if I may.
Thank you for shortening my script, because I was about to say that I don't come from domain, and I will have an outsider view. So just, I'll go into a little bit of background. My background, I had been a hotelier. I was pre-opening team member of Taj Safaris, which was India's first branded tiger circuit, started in 2006. So I worked with them for 5 years. I was sent to Africa for cross-exposure training because ecosystem of Taj Group didn't have idea of how to sell wildlife experiences at $1,500 per night. Okay, so my exposure to Taj Safaris, we did a very successful campaign that time with Amitabh Bachchan, based in Pench National Park. We did a campaign called Save the Tiger with the company Aircel, which is shut now. We used to discuss how to save tigers on, caviar and champagne and single malt and chicken tikka. So disconnected, and though campaign was successful, it had its own reasons to become successful. but we were very disconnected and drifted from reality. Now fast forward, I started my own organization, which is considered the most successful reverse migration model of Uttarakhand, for which government would have spent some, few thousand or maybe few hundred crores, but they don't have a successful model. We sold our own blood kidney and we created a model which is considered most successful model. Lot of people ask why your company name is Bakri Chhap, because having that exposure with Taj, with all due regards to that organization, when I started, I learned that why I seen a pattern. जिन गांवों में बकरियां थीं, उन गांवों में unorganized sector, I'm not talking about organized sector, and my discussion, as I said, will be a little sort of macro in nature rather than very Tadoba centric or tiger centric. So, जिन गांवों में बकरियां हैं उत्तराखंड के, उन गांवों में बगीचे बचे हैं, जिन गांवों में बगीचे बचे हैं, उन गांवों में ट्रेडिशनल एग्रीकल्चर बचा है, मिलेट की खेती बची है, जहां वो बचा है वहां पे बफर जोन बचा है, और जहां बफर जोन बचा है वहां पे दूसरे मैमल्स बचे हैं, दूसरे मैमल्स बचे हैं, तो जाहिर सी बात है टाइगर और लेपर्ड बचे ही होंगे. तो मैं इसको एक इकोसिस्टम का पिरामिड बोलता हूं. आई विल जस्ट रिमूव माय माइक फॉर अ व्हाइल. ये आपका इकोसिस्टम का, दिस इज लाइक हाउ आई पुट इन डिजाइन थिंकिंग, दिस इज द इकोसिस्टम पिरामिड. द बॉटम ऑफ द पिरामिड एंड द मैक्सिमम इज फ्लोरा, एंड उसके ऊपर आता है फौना, उसके ऊपर आता है ह्यूमन. And what has happened, this pyramid has become like a cylinder. So humans की संख्या ज़्यादा हो गई है और हमने जो flora, fauna, वो habitat हमने खा लिया है. We took 100,000 years to reach to the population of 2 billion. 200 करोड़ की जनसंख्या होने में 1 लाख साल लगे. Next 100 years we became 8 billion. 800 करोड़ हो गए. So पृथ्वी के इतिहास में पृथ्वी के ऊपर मनुष्य का इतना बड़ा जो shit load of human is existing for the first time. And if you talk about the biodiversity, 500 plus species of wildlife and the other insects etc. will get extinct in next 2 decades. So ये जो एक विडंबना है, this is an irony that unless we fix the issue of human population, and we talk about biodiversity conservation, in the wildlife, we are trying to fix AIDS with band-aids. ये सारे measures बड़े छोटे-छोटे हैं और इसको एक कहीं ना कहीं से, but I really don't have answer, how to fix the population issue. But what I would definitely like to, stress upon that आपका, if tiger has been, चाहे वो academic research हो, चाहे वो tourism हो, we had been, harping about tiger left, right, center, left, right, center, left, right, center. Talk about bottom of the pyramid. Bottom of the pyramid, अगर आपके earthworms खत्म हो जाएंगे तो शायद हम 1 week नहीं जिंदा रहेंगे. Honey bee अगर खत्म हो जाएगी तो we will not be able to probably survive for maybe few weeks. So all this has sparked an existential eco-anxiety in me, and I picked up my bicycle and I completed 15,000 kilometers doing solo bicycling, taking this message, mission called Change Before Climate Change, and now more people have joined in. They have taken over this bicycle from me and they are doing, different parts of India, planting people burger tree. Why people burger tree? Because it is one of the trees which supports maximum amount of biodiversity. So, एक common चीजें लगभग अपनी साइकिल यात्रा में going across at least not less than 20 combination of national park, tiger reserves, wildlife sanctuaries all put together. I have, what I have seen that why some of these things are not succeeding, because tangible कुछ outcome नहीं है communities को to participate in conservation. है भी तो वो grants और जो donation CSR fund वाला है, वो चीजें फलती नहीं है. मैंने देखा है most of the जगहों पे. I wish I am incorrect.
Which we'll talk in the next coming sessions. There's something which
So I think I am pretty much done.
Yes.
So that's what I wanted to put across.
Yes,
Thank
so
you.
I tried to put him on the other side of the table, but he started coming in towards the conservation side, and he's definitely one of those good corporates who has heart for the wildlife. So quickly, so biodiversity loss and wildlife conservation challenges. Why we wanted to put in front of the panel, I mean audience over here, is that is where the CSR has to start coming in and understanding that habitat loss. Where is it required to put in your efforts more? Sir talked about poaching. Then you talked about the city scenario, and you from the corporate side said that how it can become a more is thing which can be measured, which we'll talk about in the future. This thing we are running short of time. We'll have our honorable minister coming after I mean in half an hour's time, so we'll be proceeding for lunch. I request Bhavna ma'am to please come forward and do the closing formalities for this particular session. We'll be handing over mementos to our panelist, Bhavna ma'am. And the panelists are not going anywhere, they'll be in the audience, so we'll be coming back to you definitely in the later sessions, because there are some inputs which we'll require from your ends.
Indeed, sir. I would now like to invite on stage Mr. Sumedh Wagmare, who is a naturalist and popularly known as the Birdman of Tadoba. So let's put our hands together to welcome sir, as I request him to honor our panelists with a token of gratitude and appreciation. We present to Dr. Bilal Habib, Scientist, F. Wildlife Institute of India. Thank you. We present to Mr. Nitin Desai. To Mr. Yogesh Tudpachure. And to Mr. Rupesh Rai. And may I request for a quick group photograph. Thank you. And let's welcome Mr. Wagmare for a few words from him. तो आइए आमंत्रित करते हैं मिस्टर वाघमारे जी को कुछ शब्दों के लिए.
ओके, तो हाय, आप सभी ने पहचाना होगा बर्डमैन सुमेध, मतलब मेरा नाम है सुमेध वाघमारे. मैं मोहरली गेट पे होता हूँ बर्ड्स और एनिमल्स की आवाज़ें निकालने के लिए. अपना जो ताडोबा का जो कोर का गेट है वहाँ पे मुझे सब हमारे जो ऑफिसर सर हैं उन्होंने सब ने सपोर्ट किया, इसीलिए मैं उस जगह पर पहुँच पाया. क्योंकि मैं ओरिजिनल जो मेरा मतलब मैं हिंगोली से हूँ, बट मैं जो रह रहा था किधर, सीमेंट के जंगल में, तो मैं रियली वो सीमेंट का जंगल छोड़ के रियल वाले जंगल में पहुँचा यहाँ पे. तो बहुत प्राउड फील हुआ. और हमारे जो रामगांवकर साहब ने मुझे ये बहुत बढ़िया मौका दिया, हमारे काले साहब ने, सब ने, खोरे साहब ने मेरी कला का मुझे ये किया और मुझे यहाँ पे अपॉइंट किया एज ए नेचुरलिस्ट. मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा, क्योंकि नेचर के लिए लड़ना ये बहुत ही अलग काम है और बहुत खुशी मिली. बेसिकली अभी सर बोल रहे थे सब कि आवाज़ सुना दीजिए कुछ, तो थोड़ी सी बिल्कुल सुना देंगे. तो देखिए, सबसे पहले जो हमारा नेशनल बर्ड है पिकॉक, जस्ट पिकॉक की आवाज़, उसमें मैंने 3 वेरिएशन पे काम किया. पिकॉक के मेरे पास 3 अलग अलग आवाज़ें हैं. जस्ट पहले वो सॉन्ग मतलब गाता है अपने फीमेल के लिए अट्रैक्ट करने के लिए, जैसे कि और दूसरा इस तरह से अलग अलग आवाज़ें उनकी मैं सीख गया. और आपको बताते हुए खुशी होती है कि जब भी मैं हॉल के पास में ये आवाज़ करता हूँ तो गेट के अंदर से बहुत सारे मोर भी मुझे रिप्लाई देते हैं बट मैं कभी भी किसी भी बर्ड्स को या एनिमल्स को डिस्टर्ब करना ये मेरा पर्पस नहीं है। मैं किसी भी बर्ड्स को डिस्टर्ब करना ये काम नहीं करता, बट उससे मैं मैसेज देता हूँ अच्छा कि उनको बचाना ज़रूरी है और उनको सेव करना ज़रूरी है। उसके बाद में मैं दिखा देता हूँ, जैसे कि किंगफिशर बर्ड, आपको तो पता होगा हमारे इधर 4 किंगफिशर की पीसीज मिलते हैं, तो उसमें से एक आती है व्हाइट थ्रोटेड किंगफिशर। जस्ट स्टेबल एक जगह पे वो रुका है तब वाली आवाज है, बट वो उड़ के जा रहा है तो उसकी आवाज बदल रही है, मतलब वेरिएशन बदल गए, जैसे कि इस तरह से। तो ये बहुत ही बिल्कुल, कभी कभार ये आवाज सुनोगे आप तो कंफ्यूज हो जाओगे कि वहां पे आपको लगेगा वुडपेकर भी है, बट वुडपेकर की थोड़ी सी सिमिलर ही है, जस्ट थोड़ी सी सिमिलर होती है, तो ये दोनों की आवाज़ आपको मैचिंग में आएगी। यह हमारे स्पैरोज होती है, वीवर बर्ड होते हैं। अभी मैंने लार्क पर सभी लार्क्स या सभी पिपिड्स अलग अलग आवाज़ें, सिंगिंग बर्ड्स में उनका ही नाम जाता है, जैसे कि ऐसा मैं कितनी देर तक भी कर सकता हूँ बट इतना ये नहीं करूँगा। या स्पैरोज होती है तो उसमें डिफरेंस क्या होता है, ये डिफरेंस होता है। या डव्स में, मतलब डव्स में मैंने 4 पीसीज पे ये किया, स्टडी किया, उसमें अलग अलग, एक होता है लंगिंग लाफिंग डव, जैसे कि या दूसरा होगा इस तरह से अलग अलग उनकी भी पीसीज होती है। आगे मैं और स्टडी कर रहा हूँ, अभी जस्ट बार हिडेड गूज हो या बहुत सारे मैं ये करता हूँ। जैसा जो नई मैंने आवाज़ सीखी है वो एक दिखा देता हूँ। वाइल्ड डॉग्स, हमारे ताड़ोबा की जो शान है वो टाइगर है, उनकी भी आवाज़ मैं सीख गया और ये सब है ना चलेगा चलेगा, खाने के बाद में हम वापस आपको आवाज़ सुनाएंगे। थैंक यू। और ये पूरा ताडोबा महोत्सव का सब लोग आनंद लीजिए, और मुझे बहुत ही अच्छा लगा कि इतना बढ़िया फेस्टिवल हो रहा है और यहाँ पे हमारे सभी मान्यवर बैठे हैं और सभी बढ़िया इस प्रोग्राम का आनंद ले रही है। धन्यवाद, थैंक यू।
And ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for that amazing talent. And we now invite all of you to kindly join us for lunch. Lunch is once again today served at the Vrindavan, and we would request you all to kindly be back as soon as possible, maximum in 30 minutes, as we are expecting the Honorable Ministers to be joining us.
just beyond, you know, cleaning up lakes and cleaning up roads, which is great, but it's frankly not very sustainable without partnership with the municipal corporation. To now looking at environment as a big picture, as a composite whole of what, you know, how we perceive or how do we interact. So as an organization, we have been focused on solid waste management. We've also been focused on looking at tourist conveniences. You know, particularly, I think in the previous session we spoke about behavioral change. I think when we interact with heritage or with you know, our ecosystem around anything that constitutes the environment, I think a behavioral change is very crucial. So be it tourists that come to Tadoba or anywhere else in the world, we must now look at how do we educate tourists to start respecting, because the most sustainable form of social awareness will happen when tourists themselves become CSR agents and not just companies. Three, of course, you know, we also look at imparting education and awareness, particularly focused on children, because I think all said and done, everybody here sitting today, I think we've, you know, passed our time without, and with due respect to everyone. I think it's children who are really going to be upholding the future ecosystem. So through education and awareness projects that we run, we aim to educate children with the hope that even though the present probably doesn't look great, the future possibly holds a lot more promise.
So in short, what is your CSR initiative for TechNip? In Tadoba landscape or maybe in some other?
So we are here, of course, to explore the current landscape,
Okay.
but we are based out of Hyderabad,
Okay.
not too far from here, so few hours, you know, by a train ride. Currently, we are focused on conserving heritage structures, and of course, part of it is
The
going to
forest is
extend
your
to-
oldest heritage structure that is existing on the planet Earth.
Absolutely. So we are exploring that for the next financial year. A lot of our CSR projects will be focused around conservation projects, one of which will of course be wildlife. And part of the reason why we are here is to explore this together with all of you and this organization.
Bahar sir, you are also running an NGO which is known as Wild CR. And in short, if you can just tell me about your initiative, CSR initiative, that will be great.
So, as an organization, I am just talking as a representation of many organizations. So, when we start as an organization, we know there are many restrictions. As a small organization, there are budgetary provisions which are not available, manpower. But when we start, for example, when Wild CR started, it started as a passionate people coming together doing something madness, and we got together, we did something, and now we are growing. So as an organization, we are trying to explore many projects throughout India. We are working on vulture conservation, we are working on tiger conflict, man-animal conflict, forensics, and now we have started another initiative, One Health, where we are trying to focus on health of human being, health of domestic animals, and health of wild animals, so that we can take care of our health of our ecosystem. So everything is intermingled, everything is interconnected. So that is, with that philosophy, we have started, being a veterinarian, we started working with animals exclusively. Then as we mature with ages, we know that there is a lot to do, we can do better, we can contribute to nature in a better way. So we started some initiatives, keeping in mind the livelihood, local people, local communities, and even later we come to know that, okay, this is not even sufficient. I mean, working with animals, working with human, that's okay. But then we started working with management of landscape on a bigger picture. So now, as an organization, we are trying to intervene and, I would say, interfere in a positive way, so that we can change the perception of communities toward the ecosystem they are living in.
So one success story?
Yes, there are many. So when we started working with vultures, particularly in central Indian landscape, there were many people who even didn't know that there are vultures in their areas. So when we started that initiative in some part of central India, we got to know, we started working with communities in Gadchiroli, Chandrapur, and even Pench Tiger Reserve. And now we can see the difference, and people are putting the carcass of their cattle voluntarily at the restaurant, vulture restaurant we call it as, and they are taking initiative and they are protecting the vultures, and they proudly belong to the vultures, and vultures belong to those communities. So that's a success story for sure. Another story is One Health, where we are focusing on health of particular tiger reserve in central India, including Tadoba, where we are working with communities and the domestic animals, particularly dogs, which are transmitting so many diseases, including rabies and canine distemper. So we got to know from sampling that there are a number of diseases, not just viral, not just rabies and canine distemper, there are many parasitic diseases which are being commonly found in central Indian landscape in small carnivores, including jackals, wild dogs, hyenas. So we came to know because of what we did as a research and investigation. So that's another story, and we are looking forward that we can do much more better here in this
So
landscape.
your stories are creating some epics
Yes,
actually in the
for
long
sure,
run.
for sure. It
We
will.
look forward to it and more in this particular session itself. And we have along with us the project manager of ICICI. You know, some businesses, they cannot prosper until and unless the society around them prospers. उनके चारों ओर अगर सोसाइटी अच्छी करती है तभी जाके वो बिजनेस सक्सेसफुल कहलाता है. इंडिया में वन ऑफ द टॉप 10 CSR इसमें ICICI कंपनी का नाम आता है. और हमारे पास वी आर हैप्पी दैट प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजर ऑफ दिस पर्टिकुलर एरिया, चंद्रपुर एरिया, and he has Boar Tiger Reserve, Pench Tiger Reserve, Tadoba Tiger Reserve, Umred Karandla Wildlife Sanctuary as a project manager under him. You are having a lot of responsibility. So please tell us about your CSR initiatives in this area.
Yeah, so as far as ICICI Foundation is concerned, and in particular Tadoba and Dhari Tiger Reserve is concerned, our CSR initiatives, we are working both within the core of the Tiger Reserve, TATR, and in the buffer villages of TATR. Altogether in buffer, we are covering around 100 villages, or rather 100 plus villages spread across 5 blocks of Chandrapur. Primary reason being that in core, the objective is that the wildlife which is there in the core, our effort is to develop it and restore the habitat in a manner so that the wildlife remains in the core and does not come out. And in buffer, to reduce human dependence on forest areas, so the focus is on improving their livelihoods and supporting them with alternate income generating activities. So in buffer villages, we are focusing on developing agriculture, which is the need of Chandrapur, because here agriculture cropping intensity is very low. It is 117% only. So in addition to developing agriculture, we are also focusing on generating alternate income generating opportunities, both in the short and the long term. For example, as we saw in the morning, around 400 acres have been taken up under horticulture and medicinal plantation. Similarly, in agriculture, we are working on a value chain approach, wherein we have promoted several oil seeds and pulses. Oil seeds because they are least infested, or some of the crops are not at all infested by wild animals. But at the same time, we have also supported groups in establishing oil extraction units and dal processing units. So, so similarly, there are several initiatives which are aimed at improving the income opportunities and like standard of living of the people, so that the dependence on forest reduces. And within the core of the Tiger Reserve, our focus is on habitat restoration, which I would say, functionally speaking, the focus is on the in removing the sorry, just slipped. In removing the or rather weeds, yeah, sorry. In removing the weeds and making interventions so that the palatable fodder and legume species thrive, and resulting in the increased carrying capacity of the land, so that the herbivore population or the prey base also increases, which is able to support the predator base.
So I was talking to Mr. Gupta during the lunch break, and he said that his CSR funding, they go to various agencies, like obviously the Tiger Foundation, Tadoba Tiger Foundation being one, and then the EDCs also. And what you were talking about, habitat management inside the area, it has to be done through the Tiger Conservation Foundation, just to break up the whole thing. Yeah, so there are habitat foundations which is done through EDCs also, and so that is how your money is routed, that is how your initiative is taken care of. So, you know, when the wind blows, many of them build walls because they want to stop the wind, but many of them will build windmills, they want to harness the wind. So we have Kirloskar group represented by Shri Harendra over here, and they have a very strong background of CSR initiatives, and we want to listen to your initiative for wildlife.
Yeah, good afternoon everyone. It's like Hindi, Marathi, English. हाँ नाही तिन्ही म्हणजे बोलावं लागेल बिकॉज मागेपर्यंत गेलं पाहिजे किर्लोस्कर काय करते किंवा किर्लोस्कर काय आहे. आय थिंक काही इथे त्याचे जाण ठेवणारे किंवा माहिती असणारे काही लोक इथे उपस्थित आहेतच. सो किर्लोस्कर अँड वसुंधरा इट इज ऑलवेज टुगेदर. सो किर्लोस्करमधला CSR 3 वेगवेगळ्या सेगमेंटमध्ये होतो आहे किंवा 3 वेगवेगळ्या सेक्टरमधून होतो आहे. So first, when I talk about Kirloskar Vasundhara, through Kirloskar Vasundhara there are few initiatives. So one milestone, or maybe like I can say the benchmark activity, what we have did, Mr. Aniruddha sir is already here. So Kirloskar Vasundhara International Film Festival, which is like going on for last 17 years. So from 17, in 2007 to now 2024, the footfall has gone up to 50,000. So it's an online platform where we like give a platform for this to educate, encourage the change makers. And we screen international films through that platform. आणि त्याच्यामध्ये एक अजून एक मस्त मजेदार गोष्ट अशी आहे की काही अवॉर्ड्स फेलिस्टेशनसुद्धा केले जातात फॉर द बेस्ट चेंज मेकर्स. आय मीन अनिरुद्ध सर इज हियर, ही वॉज वन ऑफ द अवॉर्डी. देन मिस्टर अमोल बैस फ्रॉम ताडोबा, that photograph what we have on Nagpur Metro was one of the first rank holder in photo exhibition held during the Kirloskar Vasundhara. So that is one project. Apart from that, we have one more activity going on that is called as RRM, which is Ram Nadi Restoration Mission, going on in Pune, almost like 19.2 kilometers ka the whole river. So starting point of it is Khatpewadi, जिथे आता खूप सारा चेंज झालेला आहे सर. आय मीन वी हॅव रिस्टोर फ्यू बायोडायव्हर्सिटी देअर. खाटपे लेकचा रंग बदललेला आहे. सो दॅट स्टील जर्नी इज गोईंग ऑन. अपार्ट फ्रॉम दॅट अगेन वी टेंड टू इन्स्पायर यूथ, अवेअर यूथ अबाउट दिस थिंग. सो एक वन मोर ॲक्टिव्हिटी वॉट वी डू थ्रू किर्लोस्कर वसुंधरा इज वसुंधरा इको रेंजर्स, ज्यामध्ये यूथना आम्ही पार्टिसिपेटरी लेवलला त्यांना एक्सपोर्ट करून वी ट्रेन देम, वी अवेअर देम, अँड they come up with some good initiative projects which has like zero waste वरती काम करण्यासाठी. So a level up of that goes to green college, clean college competition. So it's a पूर्ण process, एक level पे नहीं रुकते हैं. So that is one. And apart from Kirloskar Vasundhara, we got local the respective company what we have, like Kirloskar Oil Engine, Kirloskar Pneumatic, Kirloskar Ferrous. They do their own CSR in their respective locations and focus, yes, generally on environment, education and health. Apart from that, again, one more wing where I am directly involved into it is SL Kirloskar CSR Foundation. The core initiative or core thematic area is skilling. Then is on environment, recently in Ladakh we did water lifting project. So wide range of projects going on from Bangalore, Dharwad, Pune, till Ladakh in Uttarakhand. So these are the few activities, and lot many to come more, because we feel youth na ह्या सगळ्या process मध्ये involve करायचं आहे आम्हाला. So we want youth to get more aware about it. So that's it. Thank you so much.
We have got a very this panel on the stage where we have a good mix of corporates and we have our NGOs also. And I was just thinking that we are talking about CSR initiatives. So there's a lot of fund required for the CSR, this thing. And you know, the Spider-Man, you have heard that with power comes responsibility. So in CSR, you know, with responsibility comes the power to spend money also. And we have a very interesting person, Mr. Sahil Choksi from WTI, who will be telling us about, you know, how to, you know, get the, you know, from where we can get the CSR funding, and how are the what are the various mechanisms, what are the various ways, what are the various schemes. So, you know, like we were hearing a few sessions back, when the money comes in a big hoard, you know, and you don't want to give the whole money to one particular person. Like, you know, Jio has various plans. You know, you have a plan which starting from 7,000, 5,000, 4,000 recharge for annually. But if you don't have a 10 rupees pack for a recharge, maybe your end user will not be able to use it. So it's very important to have your packs properly. And I think I'll at this moment invite Mr. Sahil Choksi to do that presentation on CSR fundraising and how that funds are available.
Thank you, Jaydev. With your permission and with the rest of the people, I can stand up. I need to stand up while I'm giving the presentation. So basically, CSR, we've been hearing since morning. We've been hearing that CSR में 25,000 करोड़ है, ये है CSR में you know compulsory हो गया है, 2% of your last 3 years net profit has to be given in under the CSR. So this is all, yes, this is all available on the internet. If you say CSR guidelines or corporate governance or something, you'll find everything, section 13, whatsoever, you'll find all the details. What I'm trying to show is the basic fundamental of any kind of fundraising. Some of you must be from an NGO, some of you must be from the corporate world, of course from the forest department. Whenever we need funds, right, there is a way, an approach, which is usually required to have those funds with us. Can I have the next slide, please? Okay. Can someone read it loudly? I'm sorry, but I am not a regular kind of this thing that we need to interact with each other, the audience and I, so we all are on the same page. Exactly. Conservation without money is only conversation. For everything you need money. Without that, conservation is not possible, sir. Right? And that is why I've written this statement. It is a very important thing to understand. To save a tiger, or maybe in fact to rescue a tiger, or for the communities, name it, you need money. And that is where that is what I'm trying to show you, how to get that fund. Or what are the best practices. Next, please. Okay. So, you know, there are different ways to raise funds. And we don't only have CSR. We have an individual donors throughout India and internationally who donate, you know, religiously, regularly, and good amount of money. So you can read this, 6 ways, charities and foundations. First, what are charities and foundations? These are basically international, we have charities and foundations in India also, but there are more of them internationally for which you will require FCRA, that certificate to receive international funds. But these are foundations and charities which has good amount of fund. Of course, from charities and foundations, there is the last slide that I have is on the proposal, how to make it, because that is very important. But in a nutshell, charities and foundation needs little bit of science. This is what my experience is, especially international C&F. They need science-based proposals. In India also they need, but it's less because it is more on corporate side, like Sir has Kirloskar Foundation or Sir has ICI's Foundation. Next is high net worth individuals. These are the people, top 10 people. We hear so many things about these people that someone has placed 80% of his or her net worth to donate, right? No one gets in touch with them. They have offices, they are philanthropists, but no one gets in touch with them. They really want to donate their 80% of the wealth, but there has to be a dedicated person understanding their requirement, what are their hobbies, how do they want to donate, and probably approach them. Donations through website, I'm sure all of us have, the NGOs. How many NGOs are here? We have an NGO here also. Yeah. Right. So we have our website, and this needs also a dedicated person. There's one more saying called, in order to harvest, you need to invest. You can't harvest without investing. We need specialized people to manage such websites who approach. There are different tools available on social media to whom, far and wide audiences can be reached. And people do come on your website and they donate. WTI's website has around footfall of around, I think, few hundreds every day. Doesn't mean that they all donate, but they at least come to the website to read our stories or to, see our social media. Corporate tie-ups. Can anyone explain me what is corporate tie-up? Is there anyone in audience who can make me understand what is corporate tie-up for an NGO? I'll tell you. If I'm manufacturing this cup, right? On the sale of this cup, there is an agreement with an NGO that by selling this cup, I will donate 2% of my total sales quarterly to you. That is a tie-up, right? And there are so many corporates doing that. So please explore that option as well. This is a very important option. So this does not fall under CSR, but still corporate want to donate, right? Corporate CSR, we all know how it works, right? My only request to all of you is, who is planning to get in touch or to raise funds, is that please do your homework. Why am I saying this is that if the corporate is, into human causes, right, and you submit a tiger rescue proposal, won't work. They are into education, they are into, empowerment of women, or they are into something human causes, and you just can't send them a species recovery proposal. So you need to do your homework before you approach them. There are many, this is only one side of the homework, but there are other things also we need to do. Public funds and government support. Of course, there are funds available with the government for which an NGO qualifies, and the government is out there to support us for our work. Right? Next. Yeah. He's my favorite, by the way. So it says, whatever you do it well. Do it so well that when people see you do it, they will want to come back and see you do it again. And they will want to bring others and show them how well you do what you do. This is how you get new donors. This is how you get references. If I give Technip a good worth of the grant, Technip may say, Kiloskar, he is a nice person, this is a nice organization to work with, we are getting good worth of our money. Kiloskar will always also show interest in it. That's why Walt Disney, this famous saying I have put it. Next. Where to identify? So last time when I checked, donors are from Earth and not from space. They are around us, right? They are all around us. It's just that you need to step out of your comfort zone. Out of your comfort zone to, to ask. Someone said, forest division cannot ask money. किसी ने कुछ बोला था यहाँ. ICICI's, he said that forest division, this is where it is. You have to ask. Correct. Right? So you have to ask for money. Otherwise, it's going to be a failed attempt. Right? How many of you use social media to get in touch with business relations? LinkedIn is the most famous one. My only request to all of you is, there are very senior people here, so please forgive me, but please be very active on LinkedIn kind of a platforms. They give you really new contacts and networking. It's the best site to or others, wherever you are comfortable, to create a LinkedIn profile and keep it updated. Conferences, like we all have met, right? Probably after this, I'm going to have a word with him and him. That's my networking. Very clear, right? Social media, of course, we get in touch and check interest, profile, policies. This is what I said. अगर किसी को हेरिटेज आर्ट या किसी ने बोला हम हेरिटेज बिल्डिंग, आप नहीं बोला शायद, राइट? अब अभी का स्टेज अलग है दैट ही इज इनटू एक्सप्लोरिंग फेसेस, बट कहीं और मिलते हैं और वो हेरिटेज की बात करते हैं, बिल्डिंग्स की, तो मैं उनको क्या बोलूं, मैं आसाम में व्हाइट विंग वुड डक के लिए पैसा लेना चाहता हूं आपसे? डजंट वर्क. I just have to stay in touch with him. That maybe someday Technip may change its policy and they may find me interesting. Next. This is a very basic thing, but my favorite is basic practices one has to have if you really want to raise funds for your organization. Yeah? Because fund atak gaya, project atak jayega. People lose their jobs. Yeah? And the whole hard work that an NGO has done gets completely drowned because of unavailability of funds. Am I correct? NGOs, am I correct over here? Yeah. So these are some very basic things I have written, but in my 15 years of career, I have seen these mistakes that people have done. Even I would have done some of them. And that is why I thought of bringing this to your notice. Please don't do. Don't ask in first meeting, just present your work. Meet as much as you can on the field, right? So you can show your work and follow up and rigorous follow up. I think we all know what is rigorous follow-ups are. Many of us get calls of loans and with due respect to them also, it is their profession, I'm not saying, but you get continuous calls. We are in fact afraid to put on number on the inquiry website, कि यार बहुत phone आएगा. Those are rigorous follow-ups, right? Understand the interest and prepare your ask accordingly. Of course, you have to be polite while you are asking support, but I have an example, or I've seen people not being polite. And show them your work. Brochure, yes. Website, yes. But if possible, please invite the donor at your project site. Seeing is believing. Trust me on this. Seeing is believing. You may find, "Arey dega, nahi dega," grant, forget it. Call them. Call the senior management. Ask your senior management to meet them. Invite them on the field if possible, or at least to your headquarters to see it. Next. Very important. When the grant comes, what do we do? When you purchase a car, what do you expect? After sale services. Do you expect or not? Right? This is exactly what it is. Your donor, after giving you money or the grant, expects good reports, good service. You have a question, ma'am? Someone needs to interrupt me. It has to be an interactive session. It's not मैं बोलता रहूं और आप सुनते रहो. If there is a question, please interrupt me. So, you are waiting for my invitation. Very good. Please tell me. I'll give up.
Sir, thank you so much for the white winged wood duck example. But one problem that we faced, and we've been working about for 10 years in the NGO sector, is when a CSR supports, when their criteria matches us, suppose it's education, but they'll say कि आप अगर महाराष्ट्र में कर रहे हैं तभी हम support करेंगे, आप MP में कर रहे हैं तो हम नहीं कर सकते. How do we deal with that? Because then it's restricting, like it's constraining the level of donors, because they want everything close to home, which is not possible.
First, rule of 50. How does this thing get on? Hello? Hello. So, you can see rule of 50.
Hello.
That's okay. Yeah, but rule of 53. coming to your question, ma'am, right? You need to find very simple next donor because they have location specific requirement. I was just talking to someone in the crowd, they are only in Maharashtra, right? I can't help it, right? But rule of 53 is, by the way, meet 3 new donors, prospective donors, every week and have 5 new references. So don't let your pipeline dry. You know, you are talking with someone. Then at the end, what you get is a win-win situation where the donor and you both are comfortable with each other. इसके बाद नेक्स्ट प्रोसेस होगा, डोनर को आप सेट नहीं हुए, आपको डोनर की कंडीशन सेट नहीं हुई, सो फिल्टर आउट होते जाएंगे, एंड देन व्हाट इज लेफ्ट इज आर योर डोनर्स. In this case, nothing can be done.
Just want to answer that from a donor perspective, right? We are based in Hyderabad, but we have funded projects in Chennai, where we have absolutely no base. We are also working in Noida and Gurgaon. So to give you a practical, answer, of course, the prima facie response of a donor like us would be, hey, if I'm in Hyderabad, why should I do something in Chennai? But if the NGO partner can help me understand that in the big scheme of things, it makes perfect sense for me because my ultimate objective is still being achieved by investing in Chennai. Investing would be a bad word, donating, or you get where I'm coming from. I think donors are willing to listen. But yes, and I agree that prima facie you will have that question, why should I do it? But what if, so in my case, I'm based out of Hyderabad, but I'm here today in Tadoba because I don't really have today a base available around Hyderabad to look for conservation opportunities. That's why I'm here, right? So maybe that could be an approach.
So see, there are donors like this also. Yeah, and you need to, that is what I say, our job is not only fundraising, our job is also to change or to help the corporate discuss wildlife conservation or your, objective in their boardrooms, to include that in their policy. It may take years to change a corporate's policy, but one day you will be there. I keep trying that. Right? Education is much more, I'm not saying it has no challenges, but being a human cause, but wildlife conservation, I hear no almost every day. Yeah?
I have a question. So if NGO is less than 3 years old, I understand that's the kind of, the minimum qualifying maturity period. Can some type or kind of funds be raised for an NGO which is less than 3 years old?
See, this is a legal question. It is a legal. First, my advice to all legal question is, please get in touch with a good chartered accountant. Because NGO structure, the Ministry of Corporate Affairs and everything, it's getting so strict by the day, which is very good, by the way, right? That one small mistake from a growing NGO may be disastrous. So please take legal counsel for this. In my opinion, no. But still take a chartered accountant's advice for this. Thank you.
We have a panel also can answer whenever they
Yeah,
feel,
please,
so
or question
it's always
me.
good to make it a lively session discussion.
Next. Of course. These are all moral duties that we have. That एक बार पैसा आ गया उसके बाद we don't if we don't do certain things, you are not going to get the grant or the renewal of the MOU, and that is what it is. Honor your commitment, submit reports as per schedule, give updates. And now please change from writing long reports to photographic reports. People like photo with a caption, they like photographic reports. Of course, you need to acknowledge the corporate or your donor who has given through banners or through other collaterals. You have to acknowledge their support. And we are legally responsible. I don't know if any one of you know that the reports, even the corporates now are supposed to submit their reports to Ministry of Corporate Affairs. So please take it very seriously. They will club, अगर 10 NGO को support कर रहे हैं, 10 का report वो club करके, they have to file a report to Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Because after every 3 years, there is 1 year of impact assessment, which is also compulsory now, right? So be very careful and be very religious in submitting the reports. Sure.
In fact, just not only the report, it has to be legally sent a utilization certificate.
UC is, of course, the fund utilization certificate is, of course, very much goes without saying that, and that also through third-party auditing firm that one has to annually submit to the NGO, I mean to the corporate, which again they have to submit to the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Yeah. Next. Of course. So if you are not getting a good service for your car, you are not going to see that showroom again in your life. You may switch over the brand also, right? This may happen with all of us. So it's a very important thing. Next. Can someone read this? Can someone read this? Ma'am, can you read for me? Yeah? There. It's just to, be an interactive session.
We see our customers as invited guests to a party, and we are hosts. It's our job every day to make every important aspect of the customer experience a little better.
So instead of customer, just put donor. That is all I'm asking you. And it will take you to endless grants, endless support from the corporate world. Because everyone is answerable to someone. Even the chairman of a corporate is answerable to the investors. So everyone is answerable to someone. Help that person, the CSR person who is the point of contact, with good, beautiful reports so that he can show your work and his work that is being done in the field.
So I have a question to the corporates sitting on the panel. That what are the things that you look in an NGO, one, and secondly, how do you build your team? So sometimes foundations are of the company itself, like ICSI Foundation. But then you are also looking at NGOs who would work for you. So if it is your own foundation, how would you build your team of people? What kind of people you would require? There are a lot of students here, maybe they'll benefit from it.
Should I go ahead? Okay. So I think firstly, as a corporate donor, there are two things. One is, CSR for the sake of compliance and checking the box. But I think I'd like to believe most companies are now going beyond that because social awareness is, it's rising, especially post-COVID. It's great. But I'd still like to believe that passion drives and should drive most corporate CSR initiatives. So we would like to see a reflection of that in the NGO partner. That the NGO partner is not doing this again of course, at the end of the day, everything is business and should be. I think that is how economies must rise. But business without passion, I think, is as good as dead. So I think if there's a shared sort of reflection, a reflection of the same passion, that works. If that is done, then second would be exceptionally good administration and networking and contacts of the NGO. Because the company is in its core business, IT, engineering, manufacturing, whatever. We don't really know how the social space is working. That's where the NGO partner comes. And if they can bring in this strength of, network, especially with government, because I still believe that in India, government is the biggest enabler of social change. And therefore, those contacts may not be the company's strength, but if they are the NGO strength, that will work.
Just to add on, the opportunities what you asked, there are many. From the student perspective also, I mean, if I talk about my foundation, I got my own team. Like I got a project coordinator, I got an account person, and a support staff kind of thing. It's a big team. Even all corporates, I mean, many of the corporates go for that kind of structure. Apart from that, morning only we were discussing about with Amita, We means I did my MSW, so Masters in Social Work. So we want job. So I requested Niranjan also, I mean, we're talking कि यार आप लोग हमारे job खाते हो. So, see, there are many, like internship is there. Even if we see the MSW course curriculum, they have to do 2 days ka field work as a part of curriculum. So it's an exposure. And that manpower can be like, again, is a resource developing in your particular corporate or the activity. So there are many opportunities. So, and from NGO perspective, yes, we definitely, as Niranjan said, the due diligence part. So that is must. So as you said, sir, it's what we see. अच्छा काम देखो तो definitely support मिलता है. तो काम देखना और फिर उसके ऊपर कॉल लेना कि देना है नहीं देना है. Yeah. So ये तो add on.
As far as ICICI Foundation is concerned, ICICI Foundation itself implements the projects. So we have field teams. For example, I alone lead a team of around 40 professionals, including community facilitators and development officers. Now, as you asked, how do we build our team? So obviously, at the community facilitator, what we look in for is the right attitude and the right mental setup and the willingness to interact with the community and his or her ability to engage with the community and convince them. At the development of its officers level, since we are working on livelihood, so the person should have a basic understanding of what is livelihood. We work on agriculture, so we have agri graduates and postgraduates in my team. Talking from the foundation's perspective, I am myself a PG from IFM Bhopal. So having worked on natural resource management for around 20 years, apart from other topics. Now, as far as I would also, with this, I would also like to narrate my experience as a professional, because prior to this, I was with one of the major FMCG companies, and it used to work. It still works through NGOs. So with NGOs, of course, it is the history of the organization, the passion of the organization, the understanding of the organization of the subject, and the professionals it has. And of course, it is the information which we gather is also triangulated through other modes. So it is a mix of, I would say, mix of methods that are used as far as engaging with NGOs is concerned. Thank you.
Also, just let me tell all the students here that you are studying maybe MSc in zoology or sociology or whatever you are studying as far as the forest and wildlife conservation goes. Even NGOs are happy to receive your CVs, have you as our interns, and you can do your internships. At WTI, a lot of people come to do their thesis, and they stay at the projects for 6 months and above, and they submit their thesis, etc., and come back again to work as a regular employee. So more than welcome. Keep searching on WTI website. There are positions available throughout the year. Anyways, and coming to my last slide. Can I have the next slide, please, sir? This is very important. This is very important. What you saw, जो आपने अभी तक देखा, वो सारा कुछ था practices or to make a strategy for yourself, your organization and all. But ultimately, when you have reached to a level, when everything is okay, and then the donor says, okay, send me the proposal. I just told you, everyone reports to someone. So the person whom you are sending the proposal is not the final authority. He has to show it to his senior, her senior, or CSR committee nowadays are there. It goes to the CSR committee of the corporate and then to the board finally to approve. Your proposal should be written very carefully. Very, very carefully. And I always keep saying, I'm just a bachelor in commerce, but I work with, very senior scientists of this country, right? And what I have learned from my experience is, it is not necessary every time to call an Asiatic elephant Elephas maximus. You can just say Asiatic elephants. Don't expect the corporate to understand Elephas maximus, right? So avoid all this fancy language. It's not fancy. With science will nothing to, with due respect to the science, but the corporates understand Asiatic elephants. They understand tiger rather than Panthera tigris, all that. So just use simple language. It is not necessary, study CSR projects and policy, of course. Focus on explaining the history and threats that you are planning to address. This is the base of your proposal. Unless you don't explain the threat for which you are submitting a proposal, it's going to be very difficult for the corporate to understand why are you asking that grant for what? So please go in detail, show photographs. Don't just keep content. Photographs dalo. Conflict ka photographs hai, please do keep. And in today's rule, give photo credits. Keep caption the photograph so the corporate people will understand.
Yes. Yeah. Next, finish?
No. Yeah. This is very important, but my friend is going to take it for you, output, outcomes, and impact. It's very important. And yes, this is my experience. The corporates, please give them volunteering opportunities. Today, the HR in the corporate are so progressive, or they want to do different things for their employees. So please go ahead and give volunteering opportunities for the corporates that you are working with. And you can mention those volunteering opportunities also in your proposals to the corporates. And acknowledgement. A word of thanks in every activity, or in media, in social media, wherever you are posting your story, an acknowledgement to your donors is very much necessary. I think I'm done with my presentation. I'm thankful to all of you to hear me patiently. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sahil sir. So yeah.
Just to add to what has been said, see, CSR, in the CSR landscape, having worked with different organizations, for them, the project should fit into their business case. Most of the CSRs now, most of the corporates now see CSR as a business case. Business case means it should benefit the society as well as to the business. So how your project fits into their business case is also an angle which needs to be explored. Thank you.
So I was just coming to that, but you came to it before I came. So I was saying कि पैसा आ गए and पैसे use होने लग गए. But there's a whole lot of data which shows that a lot of CSR money is unspent in the end, or the project fails. So I'll request Dr. Bahar to tell us a little bit about the KPIs. What are the performance indexes? How it is measured in short? Yeah.
So when we start a project, as suggested by Sahil, that हमने proposal तो लिख दिया CSR agency को या funding agency को, then we'll wait for some period that कुछ paperwork हो जाता है. There are so many things. I can see what is the condition of this animal is post lunch session. बहुत सारे लोगों का यही हाल है शायद. तो but NGOs की अगर angle से देखा जाए तो when we heard something monitoring and evaluation, this is what we react. यार ये हमसे नहीं हो पाएगा, ये थोड़ा सा बोरिंग है, या समझ में नहीं आता है, या समझ में नहीं आता है इसलिए बोरिंग है, एंड वी स्किप दैट स्टेप. तो हमेशा मतलब व्हेन वी टॉक फ्रॉम एन एनजीओ पर्सपेक्टिव, इट्स ऑलवेज डिफरेंट, एंड व्हेन वी इंटरेक्ट विथ CSR पीपल, इट्स समथिंग वेरी डिफरेंट, एंड दैट्स व्हाई वी कॉल इट एज एनजीओइजेशन ऑफ द कॉर्पोरेट्स. कि कॉर्पोरेट्स को एनजीओज का हाल पता होना चाहिए, एनजीओज की मेंटालिटी पता होना चाहिए, एट द सेम टाइम एनजीओज का कॉर्पोरेटाइजेशन भी होना चाहिए. एनजीओज को भी पता होना चाहिए कि कॉर्पोरेट्स की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी क्या है, उनकी रिक्वायरमेंट क्या है, क्यों है. जैसे हम बात कर रहे थे कि देयर आर नंबर ऑफ पीपल हु आर रिपोर्टिंग टू हायर अथॉरिटीज, दे आर ऑल्सो रिपोर्टिंग टू देयर हायर अथॉरिटीज, एंड इट गोज ऑन. गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया तक जाता है। लेकिन अगर हमारा सीरियसनेस ही नहीं है मॉनिटरिंग एंड इवैल्यूएशन में, तो हम रुक जाएंगे। मतलब वी नेवर अप्लाई फॉर दैट CSR ग्रांट इवन दो वी आर एलिजिबल, वी आर डूइंग इट विथ पैशन and without money it's going to be conversation only, not conservation. It's a fact and every NGO goes through the same phase. बच्चा होता है, रोता है, फंडिंग नहीं है, and then we grow up, थोड़ा सा हाथ पकड़ के कोई खींचता है, 1-2 लाख का फंडिंग देता है, we walk around, then कोई बड़ा ग्रांट देता है, we run away, but we cannot run away from the responsibilities. And where it comes monitoring and evaluation. तो मॉनिटरिंग तो जैसे आई एम ए वेटरनरियन, तो मेरा एग्जांपल दे रहा हूँ कि व्हेन आई परफॉर्म ए सर्जरी आई कंटिन्यूसली मॉनिटर व्हाट्स हैपनिंग विद द एनिमल, राइट? सो एज ए NGO वी शुड कंटिन्यूसली मॉनिटर व्हाट्स हैपनिंग विद द प्रोजेक्ट और हाउ इट शुड बी इवेल्युएटेड, हाउ इट शुड बी मॉनिटर्ड। हमको स्कूल में भी एडमिशन होना है, हमको पढ़ाई नहीं करना है, हमको एग्जाम में अपियर होना है एंड वी वांट टू टॉप द एग्जाम। ये नहीं हो सकता और ये नहीं होना चाहिए। सो what exactly it includes? मॉनिटरिंग में आपका इंटरनल मॉनिटरिंग होगा, इवैल्यूएशन जैसे होता है। सो इट्स पीरियोडिक हो सकता है कि वीकली, मंथली, 6 महीने में एक बार बैठो, आपका जो फंडिंग एजेंसी है उसके साथ बैठो, आपका इंटरनल टीम जो है यू हैव टू कनेक्ट विद द टीम मेंबर्स। नेक्स्ट, क्यों करना है ऑलरेडी वी हैव डिस्कस, लेकिन उसके अलावा वी डोंट वांट अवर प्रोजेक्ट टू फेल। कोई भी NGO काम करती है, कोई भी इम्प्लीमेंटिंग एजेंसी काम कर रही है, तो इट्स वर्किंग विथ पैशन। वो पैशन डिमोरलाइज हो जाता है अगर प्रोजेक्ट फेल हो जाता है, दे आर नॉट गोइंग टू गेट द फंड्स, इफ दे कम टू नो इट्स नॉट गोइंग टू वर्क। लेकिन इसके अलावा देर आर नंबर ऑफ पैरामीटर्स व्हाई इट शुड बी डन। हमारा खुद का भी प्रोग्रेस हम चेक कर लेते हैं और दूसरे उसके बाद भी अगर प्रोग्रेस अच्छा है तो वी कैन कंटिन्यू विद दैट सेम मेथोडोलॉजी। अगर प्रोग्रेस नहीं है तो we can discontinue that methodology and we can adapt to new techniques. Next, अभी क्या करना है? बहुत सारे NGOs का मैं मतलब I was interacting with so many NGOs in person, और क्या करना है मॉनिटर यही पता नहीं है। Although there are number of agreements we make with the funding agency, उसमें लिखा हुआ था क्लियरली कि आपको ये चीज़ें करना है, लेकिन मोस्टली जैसे प्रपोजल राइटिंग का एक स्टेप होता है, उसी वक्त से बहुत सारे स्टेप्स होते हैं कि व्हाट एक्टिविटीज यू आर गोइंग टू कंडक्ट। ट्री प्लांटेशन का है तो उसमें शायद आपका डिगिंग समथिंग वहाँ से स्टार्ट होगा, साइट सिलेक्शन से होगा, ट्री सिलेक्शन होगा, स्पीसीज सिलेक्शन होगा, और उसके बाद हम उसको प्लान करते हैं। इफ़ वी आर गोइंग टू प्लान सैपलिंग इन मार्च, इट्स नॉट गोइंग टू वर्क। जुलाई अगस्त जो भी एक हमारा सीजन होता है, तो ये एक्टिविटी प्लान्ड होनी चाहिए। देन इनपुट्स, हमारा मेथोडोलॉजी क्या रखने वाले हैं, हमारा टीम वर्क क्या रहने वाला है, हमारी स्ट्रैटेजी क्या रहने वाली है, प्रोसेस कैसे रहने वाली है, हाउ वी आर गोइंग टू डू विथ द प्रोसेस ऑफ दिस प्रोजेक्ट इम्प्लीमेंटेशन। आउटपुट्स क्या होने वाले हैं, मतलब देयर आर टेंजिबल आउटपुट्स जहाँ पे हम क्वांटिफिकेशन करेंगे, नंबर गेम रहेगा वहाँ पे। इट हैज़ टू शो टू सम फंडिंग एजेंसी और सम अदर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, और आउटकम्स रहेगा विच इज़ मोस्टली इनविजिबल आई वुड से लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए, लेकिन उसका भी क्वांटिफिकेशन हो सकता है। एंड व्हेन आई से क्वांटिफिकेशन, नेक्स्ट, तो उसमें हम जनरली आई वुड से नेक्स्ट स्लाइड, बट हियर व्हाट वी कैन से इज अ गैंट चार्ट ऑफ अ प्रोजेक्ट प्रपोजल, व्हाट वी सी एंड व्हाट वी वर्क ऑन। प्रोजेक्ट होने से पहले हमारा होमवर्क बहुत ज़्यादा होता है, विच इज़ गुड फॉर अस टू स्कोर गुड मार्क्स। तो ये हमारा होमवर्क रहता है कि हाउ टू मेक दैट प्रोजेक्ट हैपन। सो आई कैन फोरसी कि इस महीने में हमारी एक्टिविटी कौन सी होने वाली है। तो देर आर नंबर ऑफ एक्टिविटीज लिस्टेड हियर। सो इन शॉर्ट अगर हम देखा जाए तो हमारा एक कैलेंडर है एक्टिविटीज का, एंड दिस इज हाउ वी आर गोइंग टू प्रोसेस इन द मॉनिटरिंग। नेक्स्ट, आउटपुट, जैसे मैं बात कर रहा था कि नंबर गेम रहेगा, इट्स ऑलवेज क्वांटिफिकेशन कि आप कितने एनिमल्स, अगर आप NGO रिलेटेड है, एनिमल संदर्भ में काम करते हैं, तो कितने एनिमल्स ट्रीट किए। अगर एनवायरमेंटल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, कितना प्लांटेशन हुआ, नंबर गेम है ना। अगर आप एजुकेशन में है या और कोई आपका एजेंडा है, तो इट कैन बी अ नंबर ऑफ बेनिफिशियरीज। नेक्स्ट, लेकिन आउटकम शायद और उससे भी ज़्यादा हो सकता है कि इफ़ यू आर वर्किंग विद एनिमल्स, हाउ यू आर अफेक्टिंग द कम्युनिटीज परसेप्शन टुवर्ड्स कंजर्वेशन। It cannot be seen, it cannot be quantified. उसका नंबर गेम नहीं है, but you can see the difference. कन्फ्लिक्ट अगर हो रहा है तो कन्फ्लिक्ट में लोग कैसे बिहेव करते हैं, ये मेजर करने का आपका तरीका अलग होगा. It may not be visible to every agency, but it will show the results ultimately. अगर आप प्लांटेशन का काम करें तो ट्री कवर कितना हो रहा है, नंबर ऑफ बर्ड्स दैट आर कमिंग टू योर साइट, प्लांटेशन साइट, दैट कैन बी योर आउटपुट, which is not exactly related to your agreement. And better standard of living for other organizations which are working in livelihood. Yes, please. Yes. Unfortunately, सवाल यह है कि if there is research involved in the project, there are no tangible outcomes. So how it can be measured in that way? अभी, for example, अभी मैं हमारा ही बताता हूँ कि when we do some research particularly on, for example, आप कौन से इसमें research कर रहे हैं? Biologist है, okay. So if you are working, for example, diseases पर काम कर रहे हैं आप, so you will continue to write a report based on your findings, and you may publish your papers in the newspaper, newsletter, a Tadoba diary or any journal. So it shows that you have worked on particular parameter for certain period of time, right? So research finding का एक अपना, it takes own time, but it can be published. The data will be available to your team, so that has a tangible outcome in that way, right? Next.
एक second.
Next.
1 second, Bhajan.
Yes, yes, please.
I think in this case, my dear, your whole proposal is outcome based, and that is not a crime. Don't worry about it. Right? Everything can't be put into tangible form. Output is tangible. So your proposal, research proposal, if it has outcomes, it's fine. Don't worry on that. Forcefully उसमें tangibility मत गुजारना.
नहीं होता है. True.
Don't worry.
Next. और इसी में जो कंक्लूडिंग इवैल्यूएशन भी होता है. यस, यस, इवैल्यूएशन में हम जब ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से बात करते हैं, सो इट शुड बी इंटरनल. हम खुद पेपर सॉल्व करेंगे और खुद ही चेक करेंगे, ऐसे नहीं होता है. लेकिन हमारा कितना मार्किंग है हम चेक कर सकते हैं, क्रॉस चेक कर सकते हैं, तो दैट इज इंटरनल इवैल्यूएशन. और एक्सटर्नल जैसे हम बात कर रहे थे, थर्ड पार्टी इवैल्यूएशन, जो बाहर का कोई आदमी आके आपका प्रोजेक्ट प्रोग्रेस चेक कर सकता है. और तीसरा जो हमारा कंजर्वेशन पर्सपेक्टिव से देखा जाता है, सोशल ऑडिट, ये भी हम कर सकते हैं, जिसमें वी गेट इंटरव्यूड बाय द टीम मेंबर्स. सोशल जो हमारा नेटवर्क है, कम्युनिटीज़ है, उनका नेटवर्क, उनका परसेप्शन, उनका बिहेवियर कितना चेंज हो रहा है, वो हम चेक कर सकते हैं. नेक्स्ट. नेक्स्ट. तो जब भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से बात होती है, बहुत सारे ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के साथ जब डिस्कशन हुआ कि हाउ टू प्रेजेंट योर वर्क, हम इतना काम कर रहे हैं, हम अलग अलग लैंडस्केप में काम कर रहे हैं, इतने जानवरों को ट्रीट किया, इंस्टेड ऑफ दैट पुट इट इन नंबर गेम, प्रेजेंट इट. वो मतलब नॉट जस्ट टू शो इट टू समवन, बट टू प्रेजेंट योर डेटा, टू नो व्हाट यू आर डूइंग, टू टेल योर ओन टीम मेंबर्स. दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट दैट हमारा जो भी इम्पैक्ट है, जो भी काम का हमारा आउटकम है, आउटपुट है, जो भी है, वी नीड टू कंटिन्यूसली मॉनिटर इट and put it in a better way to represent ourselves. Next. Okay. ठीक है. तो इसके अलावा बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं जो हम अपने प्रोजेक्ट में डाल सकते हैं, लेकिन उसके बारे में बहुत, मतलब द थ्योरी ऑफ चेंज वाज द वर्ड विच वी आर मेंशनिंग. उसमें एक बात कहना चाहूँगा कि हम क्या एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं. दैट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट व्हेन यू साइन अ प्रपोजल, कि आप वहाँ से शुरू करते हो. तो इफ दैट चेंज इज बीइंग एक्सपेक्टेड, और आफ्टर मे बी फ्यू ईयर्स, वेदर इट्स वहाँ पे आपने जो मांगा था, जो एक्सपेक्ट किया था, वो आपको मिला कि नहीं. सो दैट इज व्हाट वी आर डूइंग इन M&E, मॉनिटरिंग एंड इवैल्यूएशन. थैंक यू.
Thank you, Bahar sir, and the distinguished panel sitting over here. One thing is very clear: don't put all your eggs in one basket for the corporates, and for the NGOs, don't plant an orchard with one fruit. So with this, we end this session, and I'll request Bhavna ma'am to take over. Thank you, panelists, for the same.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. I would like to invite on stage Forest Guard Mr. Ritesh Wankere, who would do the honors of presenting the memento, a token of gratitude and appreciation to our eminent panelists. I would request you to do the honors of presenting to Mr. Sahil Choksi, Head National Development WTI. Thank you, sir, for sharing all those wonderful insights. We present to Mr. Niranjan Desai, CSR Head, TechNip FMC. We present to Mr. Harendra from Kirloskar Group. We present to Mr. Dr. Bahar Bhavskar, Head and Founder, Wild CER. And to Mr. Naveen Kapoor from ICICI Foundation. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving ahead towards the launch of the Green Tiger initiative under the Zero Waste Tiger project. And I have the proud privilege in inviting on stage our very eminent guest, Mr. Shailesh Tumbarnikar. He is the Principal Chief Conservator of Forest, Hoff. Let's put our hands together to welcome Sir onto the stage. I also have the privilege in inviting Mr. Mahib Gupta, IFS, PCCF Wildlife, Maharashtra. We have our two eminent dignitaries on the dais. I would also like to invite our dignitaries associated with the Green Tiger initiative. Mr. Sunil Nimai, retired IFS, ex-PCCF Wildlife. A warm welcome to you, sir. Mr. Kushagra Pathak, IFS, DD Buffer, TATR. And Ms. Anita Deshpande, member of Know-How Foundation, which is associated with the Zero Waste Tadoba project. And I would also like to invite Mr. Rajesh Mishra from Midcon Consultancy. Also inviting Mr. Saroj. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we move ahead, I would first like to request Ms. Amita Deshpande, who is member of the Know-How Foundation, which is associated with the Zero Waste Tadoba project, to kindly throw some light on this initiative.
Shubham, can you show the slides first? Hi everyone. So it gives me a really great opportunity to speak to all of you. There is a very interesting project that we've been working on for the past 2 years, almost 2 years. And this project is actually working on a very important topic which many panelists have been talking about, which is waste. So how many of you, while traveling, I'm not saying in the core region where the jungle and the forest area is, but outside the area where you're probably traveling, walking or by car or train or whatever, encounter garbage? No one? No one encounters garbage everywhere, right? So the same thing had started to happen of our beloved national park, which is Tadoba, and very rightfully and at the right time, the management and the officers of Tadoba took up this initiative, and I was very honored to be a part of this initiative to lead the Zero Waste Tadoba project, and we're going to show you just a few slides. Yeah. Okay, so, so this is the picture that you see above is what was the Moharli dump site. So I don't know if anybody has seen, but while approaching Moharli, on the right hand side there used to be a garbage dump. And the picture below is what has happened now of that site. So there is no garbage, and this is thanks to our initiative. So the next few pictures will actually just show quickly what that is. So this is what we did. Every household was given 3 dustbins. Okay, the 3 dustbins stands for organic waste, recyclable waste, and hazardous waste. And all the villagers were given awareness generation of how they were supposed to use those dustbins and not throw garbage outside. Next. This is a waste collection vehicle which the Moharli Gram Panchayat had, which collects waste in 3 segregated ways. Next. And this is the compost site, which was built again in collaboration with the Zilla Parishad, so that the composting of that particular waste happens. Next. And the segregation of waste. So if you just see waste dumped in one place, nothing can happen. But if it is segregated, beautiful things can happen. So this bag in my hand is actually made of waste plastic, which my organization Reach Arka makes. So only if it is segregated can this happen, and that's what we are trying to make. Next. So a lot of awareness generation activities, behavior change activities have gone behind this project. So these are some pictures of that. We did wall painting activities with the school. Next. And that's it. So these are lots of awareness generation activities. And today what we are going to launch is actually called the Green Tiger. Now all of us know the yellow tiger, right? The real tiger. But what if that tiger becomes green? And that tiger actually comes and tells you certain things. Will you listen to the tiger? So that's what the Green Tiger is all about, and we have developed some posters, very beautiful illustrations, funny illustrations, actually cartoonizing the character of the tiger, and the tiger is giving you some information, so we want to launch that today.
Thank you very much indeed, ma'am, for beautifully explaining the Green Tiger initiative under the Zero Waste Tadoba project. And I now have the privilege in requesting our very special guest, Mr. Shailesh Tumbarnikar, to kindly do the honors of launching this project by clicking on the mouse. और जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं ग्रीन टाइगर इनिशिएटिव के लॉन्च पर. Thank you very much indeed, sir, for doing the honors. Thank you, ma'am. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I also have the honor of announcing one another good news to share with all of you, is that Midcon Consultancy, under their CSR contributions, is donating 11 fire extinguishers, extinguishing blowers to TATR. I would like to invite on stage Mr. Rajesh Mishra to kindly hand over the certificate to our special guest. Yes, sir. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you to Midcon Consultancy for this beautiful donation. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together as I invite our very special guest, Mr. Shailesh Tumbarnikar, Principal Chief Conservator of Forest of to kindly say a few words and motivate our audience present here. Once again, let's put our hands together to welcome sir.
Good evening. Dignitaries on the dais, PCCF Wildlife, Maharashtra State, Sri Mahib Gupta ji, Mr. Rajesh from Midcon, dignitaries of the dais, all the representatives of the corporate sector, non-government organizations, civil societies, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great privilege and honor, and I am extremely happy to address this conclave. Actually, I wanted to come down at the start of the conclave itself, but because of some engagements I couldn't. As we all know that the Department of Public Enterprises have already issued the government resolutions, lot of guidelines are in the place for as to how to this administer corporate social responsibility funds, and lot of government resolution procedures as well as lot of participation from the corporates is going on. As you are well aware that Tadoba attracts lot of CSR funds, and I appreciate and I am highly grateful to the all CSR contributors, because of which we could take Tadoba at a global level. We want to carry everybody along with us, and the success of Tadoba is not only because of the management of the forest department, but the credit goes to you, credit goes to the all civil societies, all the member research workers, their inputs and their contributions, all the CSR entities, the local people. It's all because of them, because of their innovations and interventions that we could succeed to this level. Friends, I just wanted to sensitize you, especially the corporate sector, that the Honorable Prime Minister has recently launched the Green Credit Program. The Government of India, some of you might be aware of that, Government of India has already issued the government resolution, government resolution on 12th October 2023. Now the rules for Green Credit Program are already in place. Now what is this Green Credit Program? Under this Green Credit Program, the CSR entity or the corporate entities, they can deposit their funds with the administrator. ICFRE has been appointed as the administrator for this Green Credit Program, and the State Forest Department would be offering you a piece of land where you have to carry out afforestation activity. If you plant one tree, it counts as one green credit, right? So if you plant say 1000 trees, you will be getting 1000 green credits. Now later on, these green credits would be tradable within the boundaries of the country. And the beauty of this program is that, for example, some corporate entities, they say BHEL or NTT or anyone else, who require forest land for developmental projects, then these green credits can be counted as compensatory afforestation. Now you have to carry out compensatory afforestation in lieu of the forest land which you will be requiring for the developmental projects. So you can exchange this green credit for this compensatory afforestation. So this is an investment for the future, and all the environment and nature conservation activities will be given green credits in future. Now the activities like say water conservation, waste management, air pollution control, mangrove management, all these activities shall be incentivized and the appropriate green credits shall be issued. So I would like to appeal all the corporates and those who contribute CSR to invest into this program that is known as green credit program. Now the carbon credits are different than the green credits, but ultimately if in case you earn these green credits, then eventually you will get carbon credits also if you participate in the voluntary carbon market. So that message I just wanted to give. And we all are aware that if you see the composition of greenhouse gases, then 64% is nothing but carbon dioxide. If you sequester carbon dioxide, then automatically the adverse impacts of the greenhouse gases can be reduced. So the best solution is nature-based solution. That is what we call NBS. And there is a lot of thought processes going on regarding this NBS at the international level. So this green credit program promotes nature-based solution to mitigate and adapt the adverse impact of climate change. So that is the another aspect. So ultimately the green credit program shall be earning for reporting under CSR guidelines. You have to report for environmental, social and governance leadership indicators. So you will be earning this aspect also by gaining these green credits. So that is the message I just wanted to give to all. So thank you very much. I wish you all the best, and I appreciate the CSR initiative which the MidCon has undertaken, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. I would now like to invite Mr. Nandkishore Kale, Deputy Director Co, TATR, to kindly do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude and appreciation and respect to our eminent dignitaries. We present to our Principal Chief Conservator of Forest Hof, Mr. Shailesh Tumbarnikar, a green plant and a token of respect. Thank you very much indeed, sir, for gracing this occasion and for words of motivation and inspiration. We also present to our special guest, Mr. Mahib Gupta, IFS, PCCF Wildlife, Maharashtra. Thank you very much indeed. And we present to Mr. Rajesh Mishra from MidCon Consultancy. Thank you very much indeed, sir, for that beautiful CSR effort we had from you. I would request Mr. Kale to kindly join our dignitaries for a group photograph, sir. I would request everybody to kindly step forward. And ladies and gentlemen, let's once again put our hands together. This session has certainly enlivened everybody's mood, heightened everybody's excitement with these two beautiful launches that we had in this session. The Green Initiative for Zero Waste and by MidCon Consultancy. Let's once again put our hands together. Thank you very much indeed, sir. And I would now like to invite on stage Mr. Rajat Jain, who is CEO, Hot Stuffs, official merchandise partners of Tadoba Andhari Tiger Reserve, to announce a unique fundraising initiative by Tadoba. So let's put our hands together to welcome Mr. Rajat Jain.
Hello everyone. So we are extremely happy to announce a very unique fundraising initiative. In fact, we heard a lot of fundraising efforts, ideas from a lot of people here. Somebody spoke about different pack sizes, that people should be able to donate in smaller pack sizes. Somebody spoke about how we can target different kinds of donors, right from HNIs to individuals to the corporates through a corporate tie-up, which was a very unique thing, again highlighted by Sahilji. And then obviously there was accountability at the end of all of it, that where exactly are these funds being deployed? Are they being put to the right use? How much has been put to use, etc. So we've come up with a very unique way in terms of how fundraising can be done, and I'm very happy to announce that today is the day when we are actually formally launching this, and we are doing a build up to the Global Tiger Day 2024, and I would just like to play the presentation. Please go ahead. So we're using the art platform to be able to generate funds. Limited edition art. So away from the bustle, engaging with the warm hues, red, golden, yellows, and getting serenity. I think that all of us very dramatically require this kind of stillness in our lives for quite some time out of our regular hustle and bustle. So this is Twilight's Embrace. So what is unique about this? Number one, this is the first in category, and it is going to be a limited edition collection. Breathtaking sunsets in terms of paintings. We are doing this initiative from World Wildlife Day, which is today, up to the Global Tiger Day. So we spoke about sensitizing people, we spoke about shaping thoughts of our children, and the cause behind this is a very specific one. We are talking about focused causes. And this is a specific cause wherein we are talking about conservation education for children. So how this art is going to be able to help children learn about conservation is the key focus area of the cause. Now here comes the biggest part, that we spoke about accountability, KPIs, and everything. So this art is going to be a self-engagement tool for the person who's taking this art and taking live scoreboard updates, getting to know what's really happening with the money that was put in, how many people have put in the money to the cause, what is the total amount of funds raised, and all this is going to happen not by scanning some code, etc., by just moving close to the art with your devices, and you get a live update and a live scoreboard. So there is a back-end thing wherein you will be getting a live update just by going close to that beautiful piece of art that is going to adorn your walls. Okay, so this is the most important thing. We say that art, obviously, this brings in a lot of love, conversation starter. So if you're going to have this on your wall and there is a conversation starter, we'll have a lot of evangelists. So if even a corporate is going to buy this and give it as a giveaway in terms of a corporate tie-up, this is going to be something that is going to be a conversation starter and obviously will act as an evangelist for the cause, and ultimately it will help the education for conservation. Okay, another very important thing that it is not just going to adorn walls, but it is going to satiate this inner desire of everyone to be wanting to do good. So this update works and keeps you posted on how the money that you've donated to this purpose is going to be put to use. So we would like to I would like to announce this formally and say it even to the formal resorts, etc., to be able to highlight this to the high net worth individuals and showcase this and help raise money for the foundation for the particular focused cause. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move ahead with the proceedings of our next session, which is on impact of pollution and climate change on wildlife habitats. I would like to invite once again our distinguished moderator, Dr. Jaideep Das, former Honorary Wildlife Warden, Nagpur District. Warm welcome to you, sir, once again. And I have the privilege in inviting our two eminent panelists, Mr. Rupesh Rai, founder and CEO, Bakri Chhap Agri-Tourism and Natural Products Private Limited, and Ms. Naveli Deshmukh, Miss India 2016 and Tourism Youth Ambassador for Maharashtra Government. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome our eminent panelists onto the stage. And once again, a very warm welcome to this engaging session on the impact of pollution and climate change on wildlife habitats and how wildlife can adapt and cope with these challenges. Pollution, including air and water pollution, negatively affects wildlife, impacting their health and reproductive success and survival. So looking forward to some healthy discussions, I hand over to Dr. Jaideep Das. And sir, about 20-25 minutes for the session.
20 minutes. Yeah, so we have 20 minutes to discuss about impact of climate change and pollution on wildlife. And why we are discussing this is that the CSR initiatives and the CSR thought process can be worked towards, reducing pollution and also towards protecting or conserving wildlife in that sector. So एक बहुत basic question से पूछना शुरुआत करना चाहता हूँ कि and both of you all can, anyone can answer कि सही में climate change हो रहा है या हमारी सहन शक्ति change हो रही है, सर्दी जुकाम ज़्यादा हो रहा है? What is it like? There is a lot of confusion. कुछ लोग बोलते हैं कि climate change तो एक सिर्फ word है.
I'll just share some statistics which is not specifically pertaining to the wildlife, because wildlife is a subset of what is happening around the globe, and whatever happens outside the wildlife will eventually impact wildlife. And when we talk about pollution and climate change, these two things cannot be isolated with each other. They are integrated with each other, like your coffee powder is kind of mixed with sugar and milk. So these are all bundled things. So talk about some statistics. 92% of our global population is breathing polluted air. Only 0.5% water is left potable on this earth. If you talk about the financial loss in terms, with the last 20 years, the amount of catastrophes which have happened, earthquake, forest fire, glacier melting down, sea level rising, the amount of loss which has happened in last 20 years globally is $30 trillion US, and nationally it's $8 billion, on the account of climate change. This is the kind of and coming from Uttarakhand, I have personally seen, last 5-6 years, glaciers receding at a very alarming rate. During this cycling journey, a lot of people are getting affected because of, rising of sea level. 14 million tons of plastic is, getting dumped into ocean every year. So these are some of the global figures, which I'm talking about.
You're telling us the reasons for climate change. But you are agreeing that climate change is happening.
It's definitely happening.
That was my first.
There are, thought processes. There are lobbies who believe that it is a Western concept imposed on us. But this is something as at a very sort of, not a scientific, but as a layman, I am experiencing this. Snowfall used to happen in Uttarakhand sometimes in second or third week of वो चेंज होके अभी मार्च में आ गया पैटर्न. तो पर्सनली जो ऑब्जर्व कर रहा हूँ, that is something which I am sharing.
Yes, I would like to hear from you, ma'am.
First of all, a very good evening to one and all present here. I'm very honored to talk about this particular subject. I truly feel that climate change is happening because when we look around, there are rains which happen in summers, in the winters also. So clearly the impacts are massive, and it's definitely linked with pollutions, all sorts of pollutions, whether it's air pollution, water pollution, soil pollution, plastic pollution. The impacts are so massive because of the way we are advancing in our progressing in our lives, especially humankind, the kind of scientific discoveries we've done. The advancements are massive, but at the same time, we've not been able to sustainably grow. So I think that the climate is showing its results, and to answer your question, yes, climate change is happening for sure.
सो अभी पलाश के फूल जो है वो जनवरी के फर्स्ट वीक में ही फल गए थे, और जबकि वो जनरली हिंदू ट्रेडिशन के हिसाब से होली के टाइम पे होता है. सो सर रुपेश सर, कमिंग बैक टू यू, सो हाउ इज दिस क्लाइमेट चेंज, नाउ आई एम वेरी स्पेसिफिकली आस्किंग that how is this climate change specifically impacting wildlife? Human species, they are somehow, trying to manage or hide from it. What do you think that how is it affecting the wildlife and the changes or impacts it's having on the wildlife?
So, for example, I was just talking to one, wildlife authority a while ago. He works in Kabini, and he was telling that 3 years ago, Kabini had a very healthy population of barking deers. Now it is almost there had been no sighting of barking deer in Kabini. So somewhere, as I said, at the cost of sounding repetitive, we are doing a lot of research on the big mammals, especially cats.
No, but is it because of climate change or some other factor?
So there are because of the rain pattern which has changed. So there are more dry, perched lands, reduction of water hole, which Tadoba addressed by doing human intervention. There had been Tadoba also historically did not have this kind of shortage of water, but then there was a phase came when there was water shortage, which the administration or whatever park management has addressed by making water holes. But eventually these water holes, it's not a natural thing. It is somewhere. It is a Jewification of that national park. So, but that's a immediate thing which has to be addressed. Now, if you talk about the Bandhavgarh National Park, some 10 years ago when I used to work there, there was a lot of healthy population of fireflies. But there are that particular area where this the cluster of resorts are there, the highest concentration, you don't get to see fireflies any longer. Things like when I was in Karwar area in Karnataka, a forest department guide took me to show some mangroves, and he told that kites used to be hunters, but because of there are no vultures are no longer there, the kites have become scavengers. They were predators. From predators now their behavior has changed, and they have become from hunter they have become scavengers. So these are some small little examples which I have kind of experienced.
Behavior is also changing because of the change in climate change.
Yeah, behavior pattern is changing. Elephants were never seen at that altitude, 5,000 feet altitude in Uttarakhand. Now you see them going up till 4,000, 3,000 feet. So which is again the
orchids are reducing from the lower.
You quoted Palash, the same thing. You have rhododendron, buranj जिसको बोलते हैं. उसके भी फ्लावरिंग होती थी पहले आपका मार्च के महीने में, अब वो दिसंबर एंड या जनवरी में ही उसके फूल निकलते आ रहे हैं.
So I'll ask ma'am, what do you think when the habitat impact is done and these ये जो wildlife और ये birds, flowers, bees ये कम होते जाते हैं because of the change in pollution, how does it affect humans? मतलब इसके effect humans पे कैसे आ सकता है?
आई थिंक इसके इफ़ेक्ट्स तो ज़्यादा ह्यूमंस पे सबसे पहले होते हैं, एंड एज आई जस्ट मैंशनड, लाइक वी आर एक्सपोज टू not just one kind of pollution, it's air pollution, water pollution, there's soil pollution, और इसके causes अलग अलग हैं. Air pollution, of course, we've advanced so much. There's the different industries, air, smoke, जिससे होता है उसका direct consumption हम ही करते हैं. Air बड़ी बड़ी cities में जब जाते हैं तो air pollution, be it Delhi, be it Mumbai, इतना high है कि there are serious diseases which are happening, and doctors are also not able to identify के exact reason क्या है. It's definitely linked with high rise in pollution.
Bees, insects ये affect
And
होते हैं, so
second, coming back to the second topic के water pollution में ये सारा waste जो dump किया जाता है, तो कहीं ना कहीं नॉट जस्ट वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट वाइल्ड लाइफ बट ये मरीन लाइफ को भी अफेक्ट करता है. डायरेक्ट कंजम्पशन होता है, बीट प्लास्टिक, बीट एनी लाइक वेस्ट जो डंप किया जाता है, वहाँ भी हम एक्सटेंशन देख रहे हैं मरीन लाइफ में. एंड सॉइल पोल्यूशन तो डेफिनेटली पेस्टिसाइड्स या जो भी हम हार्मफुल केमिकल्स यूज़ करते हैं वो कहीं ना कहीं जाके हम ही कंज्यूम करते हैं. तो ह्यूमंस को पहले होता है, उसके बाद एटलीस्ट हमें वो इम्यूनिटी कहीं ना कहीं आ जाती है. बट जब तक वो वाइल्ड लाइफ उस इकोसिस्टम में पहुंच जाता है, आई फील दैट इट्स वेरी वेरी डेंजरस फॉर देम ऑल्सो टू काइंड ऑफ adapt to it, and
they may not be able to adapt.
They may not be able to adapt to it at all. So I think
So for example, one species, bramble K. melomies, which was the first species which got extinct because of climate change, because their island in which they were living got drowned because the water level rose, जो आप कह रहे हैं. मैं सोच रहा था मॉरिशियस में इतना पीछे क्यों पड़ना है, ऐसे भी वाटर लेवल बढ़ ही रहा है तो ड्राउन होने ही वाला है, तो उसको आप जाने देते हैं. Maldives of the this thing.
Visit us before we are not on the map. They have bought huge pieces of land in Cyprus. So, so they are like preparing. So there, I mean, there are two ways. Either you mitigate it or you adopt to it. Different countries.
So coming to the CSR angle now, quickly.
Yeah.
So what do you think? How can CSR help in trying to mitigate this, delay this change? Or what specific, very specific, so that as corporates also we need to know, NGOs also need to know what to do.
Just now there has been sir has reiterated PCCF, I forgot the Mr. Shalis, the green credit program which has been rolled out. So till now people were not ready to buy it, especially the bottom of the pyramid population. So especially those who are living in 6.5 lakhs villages, the last remaining custodians of our Jal Jangal Jameen. So they need to be incentivized, and there is now a tangible incentive associated with it. So this could be a big game changer. The green credit program or carbon credit program, afforestation, making, monetizing the afforestation, and just not limited to afforestation. There is, the traditional farming, the water table conservation. For example, there are 5 districts in Punjab, in Malwa region, where the Chief Minister comes from. Every 4th person is suffering from renal cancer or colon cancer because of the toxic land. They were growing wheat. Now that wheat toxins, when they started growing paddy, has gone down to the bottom, and they lead, cadmium, mercury, ये सारी चीज़ें उसमें आ गई. So अभी तक उनको वो पेस्टिसाइड यूज़ करने पे इंसेंटिव था. Now अगर वो वाटर टेबल बचाएंगे या पेड़ लगाएंगे तो उस पे इंसेंटिव है. So I think at the end of it, जब तक लाभ नहीं जुड़ा होगा तब तक कोई मूवमेंट सफल नहीं हो सकता है.
Ma'am, you being a very known person in the society and a common face, what kind of a message you would like to give to the people regarding climate change and trying to mitigate it, and the pollution levels, trying to reduce it?
I just feel that climate change is a really important topic that we need to discuss, because if we don't start talking about it now, future generations, I don't know the kind of impact that they are going to suffer and face. So I feel that we need to start, not just talk about it, but we need to start taking actions. We need to, you spoke about CSR. It has to be an important part for everybody. CSR should be taken and considered as corporate social responsibility. It has to be taken very seriously by all the corporates, because with progress, if they are taking this responsibility, there could be sustainability. Second, I've always spoken about individual action. Of course, corporates should participate in bringing about a social change, but individually भी एक responsibility होनी चाहिए कि हम एक aware citizen बने, हम इन चीज़ों को understand करें, educate करें. अभी तो internet है, ऐसा सारा knowledge internet पे है. It's free education, so it's very important that we are aware about the impacts of climate change, and we take, individually we take serious actions like not using plastic, reusing our products or dresses, using organic products, and planting more trees, which is very, very important. And last but not least, as much as we can, if we can collaborate with different NGOs and support them. I'm the Tourism Youth Ambassador for the Maharashtra government, but at the same time, I've also worked with NSS volunteers. So we have more than 10 lakh volunteers in Maharashtra, and we work on various sustainability programs, beach cleanup, or planting more trees, or raising awareness about various issues. So हम individually अगर community services में भी join करें, तो I'm definitely sure that the impact is going to be more powerful, and that's what I have to say.
Thank you, both the panelists. And even though we have a small, thin crowd, but we are going recording it, and these will be broadcasted again and again. Your message will be sent to more and more people. So I am sure.
Thank you very much indeed. And I would now like to invite on stage Yashashvi Rao, a biologist from TATR Foundation, to kindly do the honors of felicitating panelists. We present to Ms. Naveli Deshmukh, Miss India 2016 and Tourism Youth Ambassador for Maharashtra Government. Thank you very much indeed. And we present to Mr. Rupesh Rai, Founder and CEO, Bakri Chap Agri-Tourism and Natural Products Private Limited. Thank you. I would request Mr. Rao to join our dignitaries for a group photograph. And ladies and gentlemen, as we close this session, we are moving towards the concluding session of the CSR Conclave. And of course, we have our moderator, Dr. Jaideep Das, on the dais with us. I would like to invite Mr. Ashish Mathur. He's founder, Idea Force Drone Company. A warm welcome to you, sir. Mr. Chirag Tyagi to kindly join us. Mr. Nitin Desai and Mr. Aditya Joshi. Okay, Mr. Nitin Desai is not there. Mr. Aditya Joshi from WCT. Mr. Chirag Tyagi. Mr. Chirag Tyagi is not here with us. So we'll move on with these two panelists. He might be joining us in a while. So over to you, sir.
Hello. Yeah, so even though this is the last session for the CSR, it's a very interesting session. It's something which has got to do with present and the future, more with the future. Technology and all the technology geeks out there. I mean, you should listen to this. And corporates, I was just seeing another data. 73% of corporates, they would like to invest in CSRs which are using technology. So there is a direct link, more than, having intangible this thing, they do use technology to measure or maybe to implement. And so I invite Mr. Aditya Joshi, he's from WCT. So I would ask him to tell us more about technology, his inputs into technology and how CSR can fund that.
Yeah, so I'm Aditya Joshi. I'm a wildlife biologist and I work on multiple species. So आज हम ताडोबा के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं, but we'll be talking about technology, how it's changing conservation field, but with reference to an animal which the tiger is holding, which is the Indian pangolin. So it's an elusive species, nocturnal, and most of you must have heard about this animal because it's one of the most trafficked wild animal on earth. So this is a joint project with the Madhya Pradesh Forest Department, and it's been supported by BNP Paribas. So if we talk about Indian pangolin, it's Schedule 1, and it's killed for its scales. So it's the only mammal which has an armor of scale, which is made up of keratin, which is similar material to those of our nail. And this is the reason why these animals are going extinct. And it's not just the scale, but even live animals are being traded now, and it's considered as a delicacy in Vietnam and other Southeast Asian countries. And if you talk about media attention, so a lot of media attention has been given to pangolin, and it's good because it generates awareness. But when you quote values of pangolins which are caught, and you tell what's the value of it in the black market, it ranges from few lakhs to few crores. And that has led to a lot of live confiscation of animals. So a lot of live animals are being caught, and these are not by poachers. These are, people coming from different walks of life. So even sarpanch teachers, sometimes even, forest watchers have been caught trying to sell a pangolin which is live. And it's a very rare animal that we know very little about its ecology. So it eats only ants and termites. And when these animals are caught or seized by the forest department, they are in a very poor condition because most of the people don't know what its diet is. So people have tried to feed it cauliflower, apples, which that animal cannot eat. And slowly the health of the animal deteriorates. So at what stage that raid is successful determines whether that a particular individual will survive or not. So that brings us to the use of technology. Because see, now this is an animal which a lot of people have spent their life working in forest. How many of you have seen a wild pangolin? If a lot of you must have working, very few people have actually seen. And most of them must have seen a rescued one or very rarely a live one. So there is a reason for that. It's a fossorial species. It comes out only for about 2 odd hours at night. And this was our first challenge, that when those live animals are taken from poachers and you are trying to release it, the global data, which comes mostly from Africa, their success rate is less than 50%. So more than 50% of those animals die. And the reason is the sites at which they are released are not suitable for the pangolin because we know so little about the animal. And when these animals are traded, it goes so far ahead in the chain that from where actually the animal was lifted from the forest is unknown. So you don't know where to release it back. And so that was the first step, that how are you going to solve the problem of which are the habitats preferred by pangolins and where do they live. So that's where we got into a technology which doesn't run on electronics, but on brain and love. And those are the conservation dogs. So using sniffer dogs is a very nascent field in India. It's mostly been used to detect contrabands and humans. So to track humans, poachers, those kind of things. But to do wildlife detection work is a very nascent thing. So we have trained 2 sniffing dogs. One is Belgian Malinois, one is a Weimaraner. And we initially got the samples from Nandankanan Zoo because they have a conservation breeding center for pangolins. So we need scent samples to actually train those dogs so that the dog associates a command with that particular animal. So the scent samples were taken from Nandankanan Zoo. The dogs were trained on it. And then we started a detection work. So they will go to a burrow, indicate whether there is pangolin smell or not. Then you place a camera trap and then you monitor the activity so that you know at what frequency pangolins are coming, males are coming, females are coming. So all that information can be gathered. And then once we tagged few animals, they can actually track those animals as well. So they can identify individual pangolins as well. So as a species, they can distinguish, but individual pangolins also they can distinguish. So the way it works is we give them a command in the forest when we are doing the surveys. They accompany us and they are taught to go near the burrow and indicate by sitting. So they don't bark, they don't do anything. They will just go there and they will sit. So you know that there is a burrow which is active. So there is a pangolin scent. That scent can be as old as 5 to 6 days, but that is good enough. At least you have narrowed down a site where pangolins are preferring, and at least once a month they can come. So this is the first step. Second is camera traps. A lot of people know it's a technology that is being used widely, and different types of camera traps have been used where you go collect data, or it will send through a cellular network, or through a radio network, or a network that you have own created, which is encrypted. It can send data via those networks as well. So camera traps also have evolved. So using this method, we have identified a lot of sites where pangolins can be released in the wild, where the chance of their survival is quite high. So we have done around 12 rehabilitations of pangolin, out of which 100% are successful. And the credit goes to proper detection by the dogs and identification of sites which are done. Next is post-release monitoring. When you get those pangolins, they are in poor shape. So when you release them, they might need veterinary help, because even veterinarians are not quite aware how to treat pangolins, because they don't get to handle those animals well. So post-release monitoring is very important. So once you release animal, generally it's thought jungle mein chhod diya, so done. But most of the animals die after release, and that data doesn't come out because there is no post-release monitoring. So that is where we wanted to make a change, that saying that once you have released it, what really happens to that animal? So here comes the next technology, which is radio telemetry. So you must have talked about radio collaring of tigers, but in smaller animals, it's difficult to put a collar, because if you see, there is no neck to this animal. So you have to place a tag, and the tag is placed on the scale of the pangolin, and then it is monitored. And now, if you look at the landscape in which pangolins are found, it's a very diverse landscape. So from bordering deserts to lower Himalayan foothills to rainforests to dry deciduous forests in central India, they are found everywhere. But they have different ecological needs in terms of burrowing. So they don't use just one burrow, they move a lot. And when you are releasing an animal in a new territory, it's going to move a lot. And because these animals are so small, the tags have to be really very small. So they have to weigh like 40 grams, 50 grams. And if it's a large animal, like let's say 10 kg and above, it cannot weigh more than 120 grams. So because of that limitation, the range at which you can monitor the animal is different. So there are two types of telemetries. One is VHF, where you can see in most of the things you can see people are roaming around with an antenna in their hand, like in the previous slide. So this is a radio signal emitted by the tag, and based on it, you can triangulate and find where the animal is. Next is GPS. For example, this one is a GPS tag. So it communicates with the satellite, takes a GPS location, and through the satellite, it sends to the server, and from there we get that information. So you get GPS locations on your mobile. Now, this is the portion where innovation in terms of technology for wildlife monitoring is key, because this is a restrictive technology. So let's say if I have to get this tag, the amount of paperwork that has to be done is tremendous. If you see the transmission from the pangolin to the satellite and bringing it back, so the bringing it back, the data transmitting from satellite to the server is the restricted portion. So you have GPS chips which are available to civilians, but it will just record data. Transmission is the key thing, where it's very difficult to get permits, and it becomes expensive because it's proprietary. So you will have few satellite companies which you will have to pay money for each message that is sent. And it becomes not cost effective. It might work for tigers because it's a large animal, for elephants, because the battery life is like it will run for a year and a half. But for other species, it becomes very difficult. So that's where you use your local networks. So there is something called LoRa, Zigbee. So these are all networking protocols that are available, which are in civilian band. So even a lot of college students have been working on this as their dissertation projects. And through one of these initiatives, we have developed a collar which will record the data, GPS locations, and it will send that data via a network which is designed by you in a particular area. So there is no reliance on outside satellite, outside communication. and it becomes very cost effective. So a tag which will generally cost 1.2 lakh, this will cost you 12,000 bucks. And you can change your battery. If you get a tag from outside, it will be sealed in epoxy, you won't be able to even change its battery. Even though you can use it again, you won't be able to do it on your own. So this becomes a sustainable approach to gather more data, and you can tag more number of animals and monitor more individuals. And the monitoring then tells you whether that animal has actually settled down or not. So this is one of the rehabilitated individuals. She has actually started breeding in the wild now. So you can see the pup, it gives birth to only one pup, and it rides on its tail. Yeah, so this is about the last portion. I just spoke about telemetry as one option, but there is a concept of smart parks. So I think Tadoba, Central Chanda, Brahmapuri, and Chandrapur Forest Division. These are one of the last, I can know of only 2 places in the world where you can have tiger densities and people who are living in the same landscape for so long, and you are seeing a flux in tiger numbers. So there is a turnover. So the tigers are breeding in Tadoba, moving outside, but even from the tigers from outside actually coming back to Tadoba. So it's a flux. So it's not like Tadoba is a source and it's just giving out tigers. But even the surrounding areas of Central Chanda, like now you have Kanarga Wildlife Sanctuary, Ghodadhari Wildlife Sanctuary. You are having resident breeding populations of tigers over there. Now, if to monitor all this, there is no alternative to our foot soldiers. That is our forest guards and the forest watchers. But what technology can do is provide them with a tool which can give them actionable intelligence. So it can make their work easy, and it can scale things up and make it faster. So you can scale this up to next level. So this is something apart from telemetry, what we are doing is monitoring hydrology. So Tadoba falls in dry deciduous landscape. This is the landscape which is most susceptible to climate change and changing temperatures. And the first indication of that is on the freshwater flow that happens. So most of the streams originate from the PA, and there is no monitoring of the water that is coming out of the PAs. And if we do this, this will be our first, sentinel indicators saying that climate change is happening, and we really have to move things further. And believe me, local communities understand water far better than wildlife. So if you put anything in perspective of fresh water, it's very palatable, they can relate to it, and if you could show them with trends, it really makes an impact. So you can scale that up. So you can have, like telemetry, you can have water monitoring stations, you can have fire sensors which are installed, and you can also have geofencing. So let's say there is a tigress which is breeding in the forest, and there's a lot of people going for fuel wood in the forest. So you can just give them a simple device which will cost you hardly 4,000 rupees. If they enter the zone in which the tiger is there, it will give them an alarm on that device saying that you are in a danger zone, get out. Because ideally you won't want people in the forest, right, to collect fuel wood. But India is far away from that. There are LPG schemes, everything. But even for forest department to say no is very difficult until and unless you give them some alternatives. So it's a slow process. So you have to empower them, give them alternatives, and then enforcement at some level can work. So that is the key thing. So you can do geofencing in the forest, or you can do geofencing in the villages. So let's say if a leopard is entering village, then the department will get to know that leopard has entered village. But if people are going in the forest, they can know that they're in a danger area and they should get out. And all this information, what is a smart park, is all this information is relayed through the network, which is encrypted, which comes to a nodal point. So it can be a control room, it can be multiple control rooms. So you have actual intelligence which is coming out, and you have acoustic sensors. So let's say someone is cutting wood, it can be detected as far as 5 kilometers away. So there are acoustic sensors which can be put in the same network. And that is what integration and scaling up of networks is, and which is possible in Tadoba and what we call it as the greater Tadoba landscape. And why I'm saying it has to be scaled, because we have a bad habit that there is no institutional memory. So let's say if we start a project in Tadoba or somewhere else, it will work till the management is interested in it or a particular officer is interested in it. But once that particular person is transferred, then everything comes to zero. So everything starts from scratch. So that is where I talk about institutional memory. So when you have systems in place where you have dedicated staff which is going to deal with this, update to the manager. Manager's job is to take a call about on actionables. But let's say the collection is independent of that, then it becomes the part of the institution and then it evolves. And that is where technology plays an important role. And as Jaideep clearly says, see, CSR is not just about getting money, but it's also about developing products and about intellectual exchange. So a lot of companies, which are techno-savvy companies, will actually be happy to provide you their developers to develop products for you, and at the same time can fund you. So that is the way I think it's more meaningful, it's more involved, that technology can help in wildlife conservation. Thanks.
Yeah. Aditi ji, I think you're not only working with pangolins, or one of the very few people working, but you are the only one who's having a pangolin tattoo on your left arm. Yeah. So, yeah. I would now request Mr. Ashish Mathur. He's the zonal head of for Central India, Central and South India, Idea Force Drone. So he also has a technology-based mind, idea, and a company to support him. And how it helps in wildlife management, you can just.
Very much. I would like to stand and just give the presentation, in fact, so I'll be comfortable while standing. Okay, इस पूरे सेशन को मैं थोड़ा इंटरेक्टिव तो नहीं बोलूँगा, लेकिन हाँ इन्फॉर्मेटिव जरूर बोलूँगा जो मैं करना चाह रहा हूँ. जो मैं देख पा रहा हूँ कि यहाँ पे कुछ सीनियर मेंबर्स हैं हमारे, पैनलिस्ट भी थे कुछ, और उसके अलावा स्टूडेंट्स यहाँ पे काफ़ी ज़्यादा हैं. तो जो मेरा ऑब्जेक्टिव है यहाँ पे, एक वी आर इनटू एरा वेयर वी आर यूजिंग द ड्रोन्स एवरीवेयर. तो ड्रोन्स जो अपने आप में आज की डेट में एक अपने एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजी है जिसे हम कह सकते हैं, इट कैन बी यूज एवरीवेयर फॉर एनी डिपार्टमेंट. So we are using it for the forest conservation also, and I'm personally part of some of the, you can say, the operations in Manitor and other operations. In fact, we have been personally with the forest department in jungle for number of days. So टेक्नोलॉजी में अभी जो एक वर्ड आता है जो बार बार बोला जाता है, मेक इन इंडिया. मैं वहाँ से शुरू करूँगा कॉन्सेप्ट में अपना कि वाई वी आर सेइंग मेक इन इंडिया. स्पेशली फॉर ड्रोन्स में ये बहुत ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंस रखता है. स्टूडेंट पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से आपको ये समझना भी पड़ेगा, और जो अभी इंडस्ट्री ग्रो हो रही है उसके हिसाब से भी मैं बताना चाहूँगा इस चीज़ को. मेक इन इंडिया में आपको एक एग्जांपल कोट करूँगा अभी कि क्यों बोला गया, स्पेशली फॉर डिफेंस सेक्टर एंड फॉर द ड्रोन्स. यूक्रेन वार के टाइम में, यूक्रेन और रशिया के वार के टाइम में, ये एग्जांपल मैं बहुत जगह कोट कर रहा हूँ, अभी रिसेंट है, तो चाइना से कुछ ड्रोन्स यूक्रेन ने परचेज़ किए थे बिफोर वार. रशिया के साथ जब उनका कॉन्फ्लिक्ट हुआ तो उस टाइम पे वो ड्रोन्स को चाइना ने ग्राउंड कर दिया. सो वी हैव अ टेक्नोलॉजी, वी कैन ग्राउंड द ड्रोन्स. इवन द फाइटर प्लेन्स विच हैव बीन टेकन फ्रॉम राफेल और दूसरे फाइटर प्लेन्स जो आए, उनके पास वो टेक्नोलॉजी है, सबके पास है कि आपके वो प्लेन्स को या ड्रोन्स को ग्राउंड कर सकते हैं. तो रशिया और चाइना दोनों कम्युनिस्ट कंट्री हैं, आपस में अंडरस्टैंडिंग है, उन्होंने ग्राउंड करा दिया. तो टेक्नोलॉजी, अब हमारा कॉन्फ्लिक्ट किसके साथ है नेबरहुड में? दो ही कंट्रीज़ हैं. मैं ऑनेस्टली और ओपनली इस चीज़ को डिस्कस करूँगा. एक तरफ चाइना है, दूसरी तरफ पाकिस्तान है. तो अगर मैं चाइना की बात करूँ, टेक्नोलॉजिकली येस दे आर फार अहेड, इनफैक्ट अक्रॉस ग्लोब, आई कैन से दैट वे. काफ़ी अच्छी उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है. क्या हम उनकी टेक्नोलॉजी लेके बॉर्डर को सेव कर पाएंगे? मैंने एक एग्जांपल अभी कोट किया आपको. उनके ड्रोन्स लेके क्या मैं उनके साथ फाइट कर पाऊंगा, या उनके वेपन्स लेके उनके साथ वार कर पाऊंगा? नहीं कर पाऊंगा. तो मेक इन इंडिया कॉन्सेप्ट यहाँ पे आता है, अपनी टेक्नोलॉजी यूज़ करो. इवन ड्रोन्स के लिए सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट ये फैक्टर आ गया है कि इम्पोर्टेड ड्रोन्स आर बैन. यू कैन नॉट इम्पोर्ट द ड्रोन इन एनी काइंड ऑफ फॉर्म, सेमी नॉकडाउन, एजुकेशन पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू. सिर्फ R&D के लिए आपको मिलेगा. R&D में आप कितने मंगाओगे? 1, 2, इससे ज़्यादा नहीं मंगा सकते. क्योंकि जो प्रोडक्ट मार्केट में यूज़ हो रहे हैं आज की डेट में, या एक बड़ी फेमस कंपनी है, इट्स माई कंपटीटर ग्लोबली, बट आई डोंट माइंड सेइंग बिकॉज उनका मार्केट प्लेस बहुत बड़ा है, हमसे पहले आए थे, और दैट इज़ कॉल्ड DJI. सब नहीं सुना होगा, मोस्टली यूज़ भी करते होंगे लोग. DJI इज़ अ चाइनीज़ कंपनी. तो चाइनीज़ कंपनी अगेन इट्स इन द मार्केट, अभी वो बैन हो गए हैं। जो भी प्रोडक्ट मार्केट में आ रहा है वो पुराने प्रोडक्ट हैं, और जो अभी इंपोर्ट होके आ रहे हैं वो स्मगल्ड हैं, ऑलमोस्ट स्मगल्ड हैं। गवर्नमेंट बाय नहीं कर सकती, कोई भी सेक्टर गवर्नमेंट का, एनी ऑफ द सेक्टर कोई भी बाय नहीं कर सकता उस चीज़ को, क्लियरली लिखा रहता है। जेम के पोर्टल में तो चाइनीज़ का बैन लिखा हुआ है क्लियरली। तो मैं प्रमोट नहीं कर रहा कंपनी को, ना अपने अपनी कंपनी को, मैं एक टेक्नोलॉजी क्या मार्केट मांग रही है, क्या टेक्नोलॉजी से हो सकेगा, वो चीज़ें मैं आपको शेयर कर रहा हूँ यहाँ पे। अब नेक्स्ट पार्ट आता है, जैसे मैंने आपको बताया कि ड्रोन्स जो अपने यूज़ हो रहे हैं वो टेक्नोलॉजी इंडियनाइज करना चाह रहे हैं। इंडियनाइज का मतलब कि अभी तक 2 साल पहले तक लोगों को पता भी नहीं था कि ड्रोन्स किस तरीके से यूज़ होंगे, क्या होगा। कुछ सेक्टर्स हैं जैसे डिफेंस, दे आर वेरी वेरी प्रॉम्प्ट, आज के नहीं, वो पिछले करीब 17 साल से यूज़ कर रहे हैं अलग अलग फॉर्म में। मैं कुछ प्रेजेंटेशन आपको शो करना चाहूँगा अभी, जिसमें मैं कंपनी के बारे में भी थोड़ा बताऊँगा, बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं, थोड़ा सा, एंड देन द टेक्नोलॉजी हाउ वी कैन यूज़ दिस इन अ फॉरेस्ट। सो प्लीज़। ओके, द कंपनी इज़ वेरी ओल्ड, आई विल पुट अप दैट वे कि 2007 की कंपनी है हमारी, जब ड्रोन्स के बारे में लोगों को आइडिया भी नहीं था। इट्स अ फर्स्ट कंपनी इन इंडिया। आप सबने 3 इडियट देखी है? ओके, 3 इडियट में एक ड्रोन दिखाया गया था। ओके, वो ड्रोन वन ऑफ द डायरेक्टर हैज़ मेड इन 2003, और वो उस शॉट में थोड़ी देर के लिए थे भी उस पिक्चर के। सो ये IIT मुंबई के स्टूडेंट्स थे 4 जिन्होंने ये कंपनी फॉर्म की, और उसके बाद ये 2007 में कमेंस हुआ, 2008 में आगे। ओके, देर आर सर्टेन awards and product we have decided and working out with the defense. Next week. Okay, forest के लिए challenges हैं बहुत सारे जो अभी दिख रहे हैं आपको। बाकी पैनलिस्ट ने अभी तक कुछ घंटों में यहाँ पे काफ़ी कुछ डिस्कशन हुआ है, काफ़ी कुछ बताया गया है। सो अब जो नेक्स्ट हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं वो टेक्नोलॉजी के लिए बात कर रहे हैं कि टेक्नोलॉजी कैसे यूज़ की जाएगी इसमें। एक एरा था, आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट वे बैक, जब कंप्यूटर्स इंडिया में आए थे, वो टाइम था करीब करीब 90s का, बिगनिंग ऑफ 89-90 के टाइम में कंप्यूटर्स इंडिया में आए थे। वो एक सेशन था जब रेजिस्टेंस था। कैन यू बिलीव, आज मतलब काफ़ी यंग जनरेशन है लेकिन पुराने लोगों को आइडिया है उस चीज़ का, कि जिस रूम में कंप्यूटर रखा होता था उस रूम में हम लोगों को जाने नहीं दिया जाता था। क्यों नहीं जाने दिया जाता? वायरस आ जाएगा। ओके, यू हर्ड अबाउट दैट? ठीक है, जूते उतार के जाने के बोले थे। तो वो सिचुएशन टेक्नोलॉजी की आज चेंज हुई है। आज वही फॉर्म में, वही फेज में ड्रोन्स आ गए हैं। पहले थ्रेट था लोगों को कि टेक्नोलॉजी आएगी तो मैन पावर कम हो जाएगा। हुआ कुछ भी नहीं हुआ। आज तो ज़्यादा मैन पावर है, हर टेबल पे कंप्यूटर है। आने वाले समय में ड्रोन्स का यही हाल होने वाला है। तो आई एम वेरी हैप्पी कि जब मैंने अपना करियर 89-90 में स्टार्ट किया था, और आज जब मैं एग्जिट मारूंगा यहाँ से तो मैं दूसरे एडवांस कंप्यूटर और एडवांस प्रोडक्ट के साथ में निकलूँगा। सो दैट इज़ अ थिंग इन फैक्ट। सो प्लीज़ नेक्स्ट में। ओके, अब चैलेंजेस जो हैं, अब मैं फॉरेस्ट पे डायरेक्ट आता हूँ। प्रोडक्ट के बारे में बता दिया काफ़ी कुछ, थोड़ा बीच में आएगा। सो इसमें मॉनिटरिंग, अभी हम क्या कर सकते हैं ड्रोन्स के थ्रू, ये अलग एंगल और अलग एक्सपेक्ट है देखने का। अभी तक हम जो देखते हैं ग्राउंड पे देखते हैं, हम मल्टीपल प्रोडक्ट्स लगाते हैं, मल्टीपल टेक्नोलॉजी जो ग्राउंड पे यूज़ करते हैं वो हो जाती है सब जगह। आपने कैमरा ट्रैप्स लगाए, आपने टेक्नोलॉजी यूज़ की, अभी आदित्य ने जो अभी शेयर किया वो एक टेक्नोलॉजी है। बट व्हाट अबाउट एरियल व्यू? व्हेन इट कम्स टू द नाइट, हमारी टीम स्टैंड स्टिल हो जाती है फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट में अप टू सम एक्सटेंट। सो नाइट में हमारे पास थर्मल कैमराज हैं जो हम ड्रोन्स के थ्रू यूज़ करते हैं, एंड वी कैन सी फ्रॉम 800 मीटर हमारे पास वो टेक्नोलॉजी भी है। सो यू नीड टू हैव दैट काइंड ऑफ ड्रोन्स, दोज कैन फ्लाई अप टू 1000 मीटर। सो कुछ प्रोडक्ट्स के बारे में बताऊंगा। ये जो एक आपको यहाँ पे मैट्रिक्स दिख रही है, इसमें हमने कुछ डिवाइड किया है इस चीज़ को कि लोकेशन के हिसाब से प्रोडक्ट कैसा होता है और क्या है उसमें टेक्नोलॉजी यूज़ की जाएगी। स्टैटिक्स है तो उसमें किस टाइप की टेक्नोलॉजी यूज़ होगी। तो अब आप देखिए, एनक्रोचमेंट ये फिक्स है, ये लोकेशन स्पेसिफिक है। मैन ह्यूमन ये मिक्स आ जाता है, कोई स्पेसिफिक लोकेशन पे भी होगा, नहीं भी होगा। अब दूसरा जो आएगा डायनामिक आ जाएगा, रिसर्च हो गया, फॉरेस्ट फ्लाइज हो गया। तो ये अब इसको नेक्स्ट स्लाइड पे लिए, इनको अप्रोच करने के लिए, इनको देखने के लिए, मॉनिटर करने के लिए क्या टेक्नोलॉजीज़ यूज़ हो रही हैं। इसमें फिक्स कैमरास भी हैं आपके, जो आपके लगते हैं, देन सैटेलाइट बेस यूज़ भी होता है, देन ड्रोन्स यूज़ होते हैं। तो ये अलग एक मैट्रिक्स बन गई है इसके हिसाब से कि कैसी लोकेशन में किस टाइप के इक्विपमेंट यूज़ किए जाएंगे और कैसे किए जाएंगे। Okay, now what are the solutions what we have? I'll show you now. Please, thanks. Okay. On demand, high resolution में इसमें क्या रहता है आपका सिक्योरिटी ऑपरेशन, रिसर्च का आपका काम आ गया, लार्ज एरियाज कवरेज जो हम कर सकते हैं ड्रोन्स के थ्रू। देर आर सर्टेन स्पॉट्स इन जंगल वेयर यू कैन नॉट रीच बाय फुट, बहुत मुश्किल है, तो उनको कवर करने के लिए और एरियल व्यू के साथ में आप ड्रोन्स टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज़ कर सकते हैं, डे एंड नाइट बोथ। सो दैट्स अनदर एडवांटेज व्हाट वी हैव। बर्ड आई व्यू आपको बताया, रिमोट मॉनिटरिंग। ओके, नाउ दिस इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट। एक टेक्नोलॉजी हम लोगों ने डिज़ाइन की है जिसमें आपका यहाँ पे आप फ्लाई कर रहे हो ड्रोन ताडोबा में, कोर में, और आपका एक कमांड कंट्रोल सेंटर है जो चंद्रपुर में है या बॉम्बे में है और नागपुर में है। मैं इन सभी लोकेशंस में वही व्यू दिखा सकता हूँ लाइव, और मैं उतना कंट्रोल भी दे सकता हूँ उसके अंदर कि रिमोटली बैठ के आप उसको जूम इन एंड जूम आउट कर सको। ड्रोन फ्लाई कर रहा है लाइव वहाँ पे, यू कैन चेंज द कैमरा एंगल। सो दिस इज समथिंग व्हाट वी डेवलप्ड फॉर डिफेंस सेक्टर, और वही टेक्नोलॉजी अब एडॉप्टेशन में आ रहा है, फॉरेस्ट में, सिविल में, कई जगहों पे अब लेके आ रहे हैं इस टेक्नोलॉजी को। So this is one of them what we are talking about है, remote monitoring while live streaming on ground. So ये टेक्नोलॉजी एड ऑन आ गई। अब आपका मैपिंग, प्रीवियसली मैपिंग, अच्छा मैपिंग में कैसा है, मैं इसको थोड़ा सा शॉर्ट में समझाता हूँ आपको। जब हम फ्लाई करते हैं तो उसके बाद ऊपर से आपका प्लांटेशन का पार्ट आता है, आपको ब्लैक स्पॉट्स कहीं दिखते हैं या कहीं होल्स दिखते हैं जहाँ पे आप वाटर होल्स बना सकते हैं या रिप्लांटेशन कर सकते हैं दोबारा से, तो वो सारी चीज़ें आप मॉनिटर कर सकते हैं इसके थ्रू। नेक्स्ट में लीजिए। ओके, सो अब नेक्स्ट क्या होता है, प्रोडक्ट के अंदर क्या क्या होता है प्रोडक्ट में, या आई विल डू दैट। ओके, सो नेक्स्ट में लीजिए। ओके, प्रोडक्ट में क्या सिंपल सबसे चीज़ होती है कि आप इन्वेस्ट करेंगे हैवी प्रोडक्ट के लिए। कोई भी प्रोडक्ट है वो सस्ते नहीं आते, जो भी ड्रोन्स हैं कॉस्टली ड्रोन्स आते हैं जितने भी टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ में, क्योंकि इसमें ऑलमोस्ट 176 सेंसर्स हम लगा के देते हैं, मल्टीपल जीपीएस कनेक्ट होंगे, दो जीपीएस हैं, बाकी सब। नाउ सो फेल सेफ फीचर इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट इन एनी ऑफ द ड्रोन, नॉट माइन, एनी ऑफ द कंपनी। फेल सेफ में आपको जो आता है कि आपका अगर बैटरी कम हो गई तो इट शुड कम इट्स ओन, इट शुड नॉट वेट। हाई विंड हो गई तो अपने आप आ जाएगा, अगर सिग्नल ब्रेक हुआ तो ये अपने आप वापस फेल से होगा, आपका प्रोडक्ट डैमेज नहीं होगा, गिर के टूटेगा नहीं कहीं पे। सो दैट्स अ वन इम्पॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट व्हाट वी आर हैविंग। द हैंड फ्री फ्लाइंग, एक ऑटोनोमस सॉफ्टवेयर हमने डिज़ाइन किया हुआ है जो सॉफ्टवेयर के थ्रू फ्लाई करते हैं हम लोग, और आपको रिमोट पायलटिंग नहीं करनी पड़ती, आपके डिवाइस हैंडल नहीं होते, आपके स्क्रीन पे सब कुछ है, आपने बटन दबाया और कितने मीटर पे सेट करना है वहाँ पे नंबर को सेलेक्ट किया, अपने आप ऊपर चले जाएगा। तो यू नीड नॉट टू फोकस ऑन फ्लाइंग, यू फोकस ऑन योर ऑपरेशन। That is the thing what we are looking forward. Variety of payloads, इसमें मल्टीपल टाइप के पेलोड्स हैं, आपका RGB, मल्टीस्पेक्ट्रल रडार, बाकी इसके बाद नेक्स्ट टारगेट ट्रैकिंग इसके अंदर आता है। तो पोचिंग डिटेक्शन में हम लोगों ने ह्यूमन आइडेंटिफिकेशन, ये सेपरेट एक स्पेशल लो लगाया। अब नाइट में आप अगर फ्लाइंग कर रहे हैं और आपको कोर में या ऐसी लोकेशन में जहाँ पे ह्यूमन्स आर नॉट अलाउड, द कैमरा, नाइट विजन कैमरा विल कैप्चर ओनली दोस, ओनली ह्यूमन, not the animal, not the vehicle, only human. So ये थर्मल मतलब नाइट विजन में भी है पॉसिबल और डे में भी पॉसिबल है। नेक्स्ट कुछ ऑपरेशंस जो हम लोगों ने फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट के साथ में लोकेशन में किए हैं। सो दो आर बेसिकली हेयर प्लांटेशन में काम किया है, टाइगर ट्रैकिंग में, इवन रिसेंटली गढ़चिरौली एरिया में भी हम लोगों ने काम किया। उसके अलावा कर्नाटका में कुछ लेपर्ड, मैनीटर लेपर्ड थे, उनके साथ में फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट के सामने काम किया। राइनो के लिए हुआ है असम में। नेक्स्ट लीजिए। नाउ दिस इज समथिंग वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर द टेक्नोलॉजी एस्पेक्ट। आपका ट्री काउंटिंग, ये एक पार्ट आता है, तो स्पॉट्स बना के इनको काउंट किया जा सकता है, वेजिटेशन कैसा है, उसकी हेल्थ कैसी है, ये आपको ड्राई एरिया मिल रहा है, प्लस लैंड में आपका इंक्रोचमेंट होता है, मैपिंग यूज़ होती है उसके अंदर, तो वो मैपिंग का पार्ट भी इसमें कंप्लीट किया हुआ है. देयर आर सर्टेन लोकेशन जहाँ पे आपको प्लांट रीप्लांटेशन जो मैंने आपको इनिशियली बोला था वो कर सकते हैं. ओके, सम वीडियोस प्लीज. फर्स्ट वाला फॉरेस्ट फायर का है जो ऑटो डिटेक्शन कर रहा है. टॉप में अगर लैपटॉप का देखते हैं एंड इट गिव्स द इंडिकेशन. सेकंड, अगर आप नीचे देखते हैं लेपर्ड में, ये मैनीटर लेपर्ड था और इसको चेस किया था. आपको ब्लैक स्पॉट दिख रहा था वहाँ पे, वो लेपर्ड उसमें वहाँ पे, ये जो कवर में है नीचे, ये लेपर्ड. ये थर्मल विजन है नाइट का, करीब 450 मीटर की हाइट से ये लिया गया था. एलिफेंट ट्रैकिंग, और जो लास्ट में आपको दिख रहा है वहाँ पे 5 टाइगर थे जिनको कैप्चर किया था हम लोगों ने. So this is a detection, human detection. Some of the videos, some more videos here. जो ह्यूमन डिटेक्शन में आपको बता रहा था, नीचे आप देखिए इसमें लास्ट में लेफ्ट बॉटम में जो ग्रीन सर्कल के अंदर रख रहे हैं, इट्स नाइट विजन. नेक्स्ट प्लीज. या, थैंक यू वेरी मच. सो दैट्स ऑल. इन फैक्ट जस्ट वांट
So, yeah, thanks a lot, Mr. Mathur. And Aditya, he has already spoken about various interventions from technology angle, and using your, you can say, the collars or the ID mechanisms, and then your antennas, and Mr. Mathur speaking about drones. So, and both of you have clearly also given the idea that, these things can be something which can be procured through CSR, or they can be, CSR, this thing for the future. And just one last word from each of you. So technology has a big role to play in wildlife conservation.
Yeah, so see, manpower is a limiting factor, and per square kilometer we have very few guards, and we have lot of ground to cover and different terrains. So just to augment, give them more tools, I think technology has a larger role to play, and it can generate data which is unbiased and which can be seen by a lot of managers at multiple places, and then decide what actions can be taken. It can be, looking at people entering forest, or trying to avoid conflict, or monitoring, hydrology, forest fires, or tracking rehabilitated individuals or known conflict animals. So there are a lot of things that can be done. The only thing is scale. So generally we see an idea and we try to implement in a place where it is convenient for us to do those things. But technology will help us to scale it at places where people are not, willing to put their hands in, where it really matters. So I think, yeah, that is where technology plays a big role.
Yes, Mr. Mathur.
Thank you. So as most of the points have already been covered by my friend, so yes, technology plays a very vital role in forest department, I can say, and the forest overall in generic. Yes, we have to adopt, we have to train our people, especially the users are from the department only, majorly. So we have to keep on putting their workshops and knowledge, know-how, and you can take them to the field with the product line, guide them, let them do the hands-on kind of scenario where they not feel discomfort while using the product on the field. It's not only for the drone, any technology which is to be adopted by the forest.
Yeah, so technology, training, and then monitoring the usage. So I think these three together will play a very important role in the future of wildlife conservation. Thank you, Mr. Aditya Joshi, and thank you, Mr. Mathur. I'll request Bhavna ma'am to come forward and with the mementos. So CSR, as you have all seen, it's not only a business of some, but it's a business of all. Otherwise, conservation would always end up being conversation, which we don't want to make. We actually want to work on the ground and take concrete steps. So thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much indeed. And thank you especially to all participants who are in the hall for staying back till the end. I would now invite Mr. Kale to kindly do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude to all our eminent panelists. First, we present to both our panelists. Thank you very much indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, a special token of gratitude and appreciation to our moderator of the CSR Conclave, Dr. Jaideep Das. Let's put our hands together for him. He has been there holding the stage since morning till now. Thank you very much indeed. And a quick group photograph before we move on to the closing remarks and vote of thanks by Mr. Kale. And ladies and gentlemen, while this picture is being taken, I have a small announcement to make that one of our eminent speakers has lost his mobile. In case you find it, kindly hand it over to the register. It's there on the table. Oh, it's there on the table. Thank you. And now over to Mr. Kale for the closing remarks and the vote of thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. And thank you, everyone who lasted this long. And eminent speakers, thank you to all the panelists, all the guests, all the persons who were invited, and all the students who came for here for Tadoba festival. And we will be more organized more next time, and we will invite you again to have more concrete solutions, and we will definitely inform you about the content of this panel discussion. We will write things, and we will inform all you through the email. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, with that we close the proceedings of our CSR Conclave. We would like to inform everyone that today's evening cultural, we have Hema Malini ji performing, and we invite everybody to join us for the evening cultural. And ladies and gentlemen, we also have a souvenir kit outside for all the participants. Those who have not collected